qualified drummer, but I mean, an ASC certification wouldn't hurt. Automotive Service Excellence. ASC certifications is kind of like, you know what you're doing around a car, etc., etc. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna switch us over to space news here, and we'll. I'll think about other ways to do this. Yeah, Doom, but that's going to change the content of the stream. It gets rid of the interactivity of Space News that makes it good. That's what made Space News successful here. You see what I'm saying? Got to be careful.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, Mercs, that's true. Hey, Wasner. Now, see, another thing, I was thinking about this. Another thing that I could do is just go take a welding class and get a welding certification. Not you know, not for any particular reason, but with a welding cert like that, or basically me learning how to weld. I suppose that's never really stopped me before, but you need a welder to do that. And I do have a little stick welder that I suppose we could use on a side note, but doing something like that, you know, now that's learning a trade, so that's something I could fall back on. I could go do, I could go weld things for people in, as supplementary income to the stream. You know what I mean? If you have any guys that work at local garages, you could find them for fun if you would have a chat, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Formerly a welder, those classes take time. You can learn okay with YouTube tutorials. Yeah, all right. Anyway, interesting things to ponder. Guys, I'm going to go get some food and then we'll come back for space news, okay? Yeah, Riv, I got you. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, that took a second. Turn that down for a second. That took a second. Brema and I essentially were continuing the conversation. We were continuing the conversation that we ended Kerbal on. But anyway, let's get going here. All right, get those space news links ready to go. Space news, thank you. All right. We have the OneWeb launch. Should be good. What else you got there, Phil? Okay, I'm just getting the rest of these links all hooked up here. I got good news today that made my week significantly better. Your fur baby does not have cancer. Oh, that's good. That's good, man. Dodged a bullet. Bill Shatner reflection on his flight. Okay. Camera, what's this? Oh, okay. That's cool. From Marcia Smith right there. Let's see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
XBZ, 11-month resub. Thank you. Okay, there's that. Alright, I think we got enough to start here. Let's do it. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Alright, welcome to Space News, everybody. Let's see what we got. Have you guys watched something about the Tesla Berlin party and the factory tour 5 days ago? I know it's not space stuff, but what a factory they built. Yeah, we've seen footage of the factory. I knew they had a carnival day and stuff a little while. They did that while I was on Route 154. So I didn't really get to see too much. Alright, so I gotta kind of organize this stuff a little bit. Give me one moment. Okay. Okay. All right, we should have enough here to make this work. All right, we'll start off with the launch that was this morning. It was a OneWeb 11 launch. So the OneWeb 11 launch on a Soyuz 21B out of Vostochny here. So let's start off with that here. Let's see what we got. Australian space news. Oh, that's cool.
Подъем.
Прошел контакт подъема. Двигатели центрального и боковых блоков вышли на режим главной ступени. 10 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
This launched at 5:40 this
20
morning.
Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально. «30 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме.
30 seconds into the flight, all parameters on the rocket are normal.
40 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. 50 секунд. Давление в камерах сгорания двигателей ракеты-носителя в норме.
Hey, how you doing? Shame on you,
60
Jay, for
секунд.
not covering
Полет
this.
нормальный.
Полет нормальный. Guidance is normal.
70 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме. 80 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
All right, let's get to the good stuff over here.
100 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. 110 секунд. Тангаж, рыскание, вращение в норме.
I have it, Hell Hydra. I'll check it.
Есть выключение двигателей боковых блоков. Есть отделение боковых блоков.
Separation of the first stage.
130
Nice.
секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. 140 секунд. Двигатель второй ступени работает нормально.
Camera 3 is not doing too well over there.
150 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. 160 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя. 240 секунд. Тангаж, рыскание, вращение в норме.
Cool. All right, so that seemed to went off pretty well. That's pretty good. Cool. Good launch. Old tech was built to last. Just look at Soyuz and Proton. That's right. So, yesterday it was Blue Origin's NS-18 mission where 4 spaceflight participants were launched on Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket on a small suborbital flight, and one of them was William Shatner. So he did have some time to reflect here. This is popping up here. Let's take a look. It's funny how the lead thing is not the right spacecraft, but...
We're back 7:42 with our series, The New Space Race, and this morning, the Star Trek legend who can now truly say he has boldly gone where so few have gone before.
Yeah, at the age of 90, Bill Shatner made history yesterday when he and 3 others shot off into space on that Blue Origin rocket, an event watched all around the world.
And fresh from that voyage into the final frontier, Mr. Shatner is with us live to tell us all
dare.
about it. Good morning.
You did it!
I hope we have a time enough to get through all the impressions. The first thing I want to say is the irony. I have an album out there called Bill right now. It's getting great reviews. And there is a song that we wrote called So Far From the Moon, in which at that time that the song relates to, 55 years ago, I lay in a pasture for a number of reasons, looking up at the sky, seeing the astronauts walk on the moon, and I was so far from the moon. And 55 years later, here I am a little closer to the moon than you guys, but the irony of it strikes me.
You know what? I watched you right after the moment you walked out of that capsule, and honestly, I thought you seemed starstruck.
He is, Bonnie.
You just seemed so totally overwhelmed by the experience.
You know, prior to going up there, lying in that chair, trying to think of something clever to say when I came out, when, you know, if everything worked, and I see the little blue orb, and I was trying to think of something clever to say, and then we get up, and when I was there, everything I thought might be clever to say went out the window, because the experience, going at 2,500 miles an hour, breaking through this little thin blue skin that surrounds Earth, that provides us with life. We broke through that with a count of 1 or 2 at 2,500 miles an hour, and the skin is 50 miles thick. Broke through, and all of a sudden the blue is down below, and the blackness of space. Now, space is interesting, the universe lies there, but at that moment, in that big window, it was only black and ominous, and that was death, and this was life, and everything else just stood still for a moment. I was overwhelmed with the experience, with the sensation of looking at death and looking at life, and this, you know, what's become a cliche of how we need to take care of the planet, but it's so fragile. People say, "Oh, it's fragile." No. There's this little tiny blue skin that is 50 miles wide, and we pollute it, and it's our means of living. I was struck so profoundly by it.
That was such a beautiful, beautiful sentiment, and it brought you to tears. So, you're 90 years young. What's
I keep hearing that. And another factor of this whole thing is I keep saying, "Yeah, no, I'm not 90. I ride horses." The whole physical experience of mounting that gantry, of getting into that chair, of being weightless, of having 5Gs, and suddenly, as I'm coming down, I'm thinking, you know something? I'm 90 years old.
You came back down to earth.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. How did it feel physically up there for you?
Well, we had a simulator. They simulate what they say you're going to feel, and it doesn't come anywhere near. So here you're going to be in weightlessness, and you got to grab a hold of something. Don't push too hard with your hands. Just use your fingertips, because you'll bounce off the ceiling and run. You can talk about weightlessness all you want, but the feeling of weightlessness, the actual feeling of weightlessness, is indescribable. First of all, your guts, your body doesn't have any pressure, so suddenly your body's expanding. Secondly, you're floating, and I don't want to turn somersaults. I don't want to throw Skittles. I want to look out the window. I mean, it was incredible. You can describe 5Gs, nice. But at 2Gs, I was trying to raise my hand and couldn't raise my hand.
Wow.
And that's not just being 90. At 5Gs, everything is just being pressed, and you think, how long can I take this? And it's over in an instant as you hit the air. That air that I'm talking about, the 50 miles of air, comes like a thud as the spaceship hits the atmosphere, and suddenly you're in 5Gs, and then you know that the parachutes should deploy, and will they? Bang! They deploy, and you think, okay, I'm going to be all right, unless, and then they've got boosters on the bottom of that thing, so you don't hit it too hard, and if they don't go off, something terrible will happen. And they do go off, and that's startling. The whole thing was indescribable. Yeah. So all this rehearsal we did, training they call it, I call it rehearsal. You're in and out of those chairs using muscles, and in this case, 90-year-old muscles that are unaccustomed. I am stiff and sore, and I ache. And
well, what a thrilling 10 minutes. It had everything. We're so happy that you're here.
Back.
It had
feels
everything.
Good. Yeah.
And the realization once again the fragility of this planet,
Yes,
the
yeah.
coming catastrophic event, and we all have to clean this act up now.
Well said.
Well said.
I kept thinking about that, saying they said when you go to space, they should have sent a poet, you know,
Yes.
to describe it. Well, they kind
They
of did.
did.
Bill Shatner, thank
Thanks,
you
Bill. Thank
for your
you.
poetry.
Thank you so much.
Glad you had so much fun. And he's actually going to be
Thank
back in our third hour with more to share.
How?
Hey, thanks for watching our...
No, shut up. How, sorry. How is he 90, man? That's ridiculous. The guy looks 50. How is that possible? He was 50 40 years ago. Yeah, the Giga Chad got himself out of his bucket seat. Yeah, what a legend, man. Anyway, so pretty good insight right there. Some folks just age like that. Yeah, I guess so. He looks younger than me. Get out. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah. Anyway, good meals. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, well, that was some pretty good retrospective from him. That's pretty neat. I'm happy that somebody, you know, from the sci-fi realm is crossing out of the sci-fi realm, you know. Like, a Star Trek captain has been to space. We're like that close from Starfleet actually existing. Just saying. Better make room in the Bay Area. I didn't want to catch Skittles. I want to look out the window. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'd be at. They'd be like, hey, EJ, catch this. I'd be like, you know. Can we do Patrick Stewart Ness? That'd be cool. Hey, EJ, catch this. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, there it is. That shot of him just looking out the damn window. That's my favorite. Everyone else, like, no one, the best part is that nobody gave a crap what everybody else was doing. Look at you. That's what I'd be doing. They'd be like, throw the Skittle and bounce off the back of my head. I'd be like, yeah. So, thanks for coming. Commander Adama next. There's something out there. Something on the wing. Alright. Well, that was pretty cool. Anyway, let's go over here. So, ULA began rollout for their Atlas V, launching the Lucy mission, which is going to visit a number of asteroids over the next decade or so. They did pad rollout. And here's some pictures from that. Check this out. This Lucy mission is really cool. It's a high-profile mission for NASA, and the Lucy probe will do a bunch of flybys from a bunch of different asteroids that are floating out past Mars, but before the gas giants, which is really awesome. It's a really cool mission. It's launching on an Atlas V 401. Here, and like I said, ULA did roll out. Here are some pictures. I'll check it out. What launch complex? That's Slick 41, SLC 41 at Cape Canaveral. Yep, there's them doing rollout right there. This could lead to asteroid mining. It's going to survey a bunch of asteroids. Forge, I'm not interested. There's them putting the payload on the rocket. This was a couple of days ago. But yeah, here, ULA has a video about it here. So let's go check it out. Let's see what we got.
Have launched exploration missions to every planet in the solar system and beyond.
Liftoff. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars.
Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket with NASA's Parker Solar Probe
a daring mission to shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the Sun.
Liftoff of Osiris Rex.
I think the first part, the first stage of it, Psycho, yeah.
Boldly go
Boop.
to the asteroid Bennu and back. Main engine start, ignition, and liftoff of the Atlas V with Maven, looking for clues about the evolution of Mars through its atmosphere. 0 has liftoff. Delta 2 with
That's not an Atlas.
journey to the center of the moon.
Rising in all 6 grounded solid motors.
And liftoff.
Oh, the Bennu mission.
Atlas V with Juno on a trek to Jupiter, a planetary piece of the puzzle on the beginning of our solar system. Liftoff of the Atlas V rocket with LRO Alacross, America's first step on a lasting return to the moon.
Road and boat is closed for non-SpaceX
Liftoff of
traffic.
the Delta II rocket with Dawn, using ion propulsion to reach the catalysts of our solar system.
And now, ULA will launch Lucy on a mission to explore Jupiter's Trojan asteroids and revolutionize our knowledge of planetary origins and the formation of the solar system.
Cool. Why doesn't Lucy launch on a... Why Lucy not on a bigger rocket? Well, because Atlas V exists, and Atlas V has the Delta V to be able to get it there. It just gets it there slower. If you wanted to launch it on a bigger rocket, you could, but there's what bigger rocket? Kid Kane Bebuino with the raid there. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Anyway. So, the next bit here is coming from NASA EGS. This is some SLS stuff. Supposedly they're working on final stacking for the booster here, or for the payload, I should say. Someone asked this during the press briefing. Adding more solids would actually hurt the mission because the trajectory is so special. You need high characteristic energy for a mission like that, Phil, but you need something like a single engine Centaur to be able to do a pinpoint insertion like that. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. So yeah, the 401 is, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily about like strapping more boosters to it. Actually, that trajectory is very, very velocity dependent to be able to get all those grav assists that it's going on. So it's not necessarily about time in this particular case. If it was going to like one asteroid, then you'd need to launch a bigger payload, because if you want to launch it there faster, you have to slow it down faster, right? So you'd need a bigger upper stage, and it gets a little bit complicated. Long story short, rocket science, orbital mechanics more specifically, is a pain in the butt. And Lucy's only mass of 1.1 tons, so yeah, you don't need anything bigger. Might want to save this one. Don't worry, it's from NASA. Okay. That's one thing I give credit to ULA for. Their orbital insertion is always spot on. It's that upper stage. It's Centaur, Allie. Centaur is a hell of a piece of equipment. Someone Freedom of Information acted that calendar. Okay. What's this poster? All right, let's discuss this here real quick. So construction of the new hydrogen storage tank at 39B is complete, and teams will focus on painting the tank next. Capable of holding 1.25 million gallons of LH2, it will be used to support future NASA Artemis missions. Yep, This thing can carry densified hydrogen inside to be able to carry more fuel to fuel a bigger rocket, which is pretty sweet. No densified hydrogen in the rocket, though. Awesome. Fantastic. This tank is about the same size as the hydrogen tank that was on 39B before, but this has a bunch of upgrades in the liner, amongst other things, to it to be able to literally hold hydrogen at higher pressure. That's a lot harder to do than you know, oh, just have you tried just putting more hydrogen in? No. When you're storing liquid hydrogen, densifying it is very, 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 very difficult. Because there's a very, 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 very slim margin where hydrogen will exist as a densified liquid, so like slush almost, rather than just turning to straight solid. Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 Kelvin difference between liquid hydrogen and like solid hydrogen, because hydrogen is weird. Great rocket propellant though. So, yeah, they're going to paint this sucker up next, but it is good to go, which is really cool. Now, what's this calendar that you guys wanted me to see? Artemis 1... What is this? Artemis 1 mission availability? Oh, it's all the different launch windows. Okay. And like I, solid hydrogen is larger than liquid. Yep. Yeah, Hell Hydra, I don't like how it takes them a couple of days. Yeah, we looked at those pictures on the... You linked those pictures about that tank the other day. It has all the constraints. So what are the constraints? Mission availability, SLS performance availability, Orion constraint violation, available short class, available long class, launch operations constraints if core stage is tanked, 3 attempts in 7 days, preliminary subject to change. Okay, so where are we? We're right here. Oh, go to launch today. Interesting. Orion will be moved to the VAB on the 19th and stacked on the next day. Cool. That would be a nice Christmas gift. That's possible. At this point, it's getting a little close, but it's possible. '18th is an SLS performance availability day. Interesting. See, I think this is why they say, oh, we don't know if it's going to launch in December 21 or January 2022 because of the mission phasing. So there's ideal times to launch and then there's non-ideal times to launch. Long story short, well, why? What do you mean? Just launch the thing. Just go to the moon, right? Well, the moon is... There are going to be times where the moon's a little bit harder to get to. There's that whole lunar inclined orbit relative to KSC thing. They had to take this into account during the Apollo program, too. So there's only certain times where the window is open to the moon with an SLS Block 1. If you have a higher performing upper stage, you should be able to... These windows should get bigger. But, yeah, you have to make sure it's on the right trajectory. What is the KSC? Kennedy Space Center? If only the moon was like moon. Yep. Are there any daytime launches for Artemis 1 available? A daytime launch would be preferable here, I think. So, there's these green days, the bright green days are the ones that are ideal. The lighter greens are, you could, not as ideal. Gray is no. Red is no. What I'm interested in is seeing is why is the 18th of January? Why is that one day no good? It's very interesting. Staff holiday? Yeah. Well, this is reflection that it says that SLS performance is not available or an Orion constraint violation. This has nothing to do with holidays and stuff, guys. Because it labels Christmas Day, which absolutely everybody gets off, as an ideal launch, as a less than ideal launch day, but still ideal. So, like, this is what I think this is what they mean when they say, "Oh, we can't get it. We might get it in January because if they run out of days, you know, say they try to launch on the 30th and it scrubs. Well, you're out 2 weeks." And this is why I think they have that margin of error right there. That's what makes the most sense. Isn't there an eclipse that day? I have no idea. But anyway, interesting to see. All right, next bit of news here. So the Capstone mission launch is delayed until March 2022. This is coming from Jeff Faust over at Space News. The Capstone mission is a mission that's, I don't need that. The Capstone mission is a mission that's going to launch on Rocket Lab's Electron rocket. It is basically a small CubeSat that's going to fly out to the moon and basically plan out where the NASA's lunar gateway is going to be. It's going to find the right orbit for the gateway. It's a Pathfinder mission for the Artemis missions. That's being done by Rocket Lab. You know, Peter Bick over there. Will they be moving it back to Wallops at least? I'm not sure. Let's read. The launch of a NASA CubeSat mission that will test the orbit to be used by the Lunar Gateway has slipped to next March. The result of broader launch delays Rocket Lab has suffered because of the pandemic. Peter Bick. Yeah. Sorry, I needed to check something. Capstone is net March 19th from LC1A in New Zealand. Okay, cool. Anyway, all right, let's go to the next news here. If you want to read more about this, I'll link up the Space News article here. Okay, so this is coming from Mike Sheets over at CNBC. What's he saying? Virgin Galactic is beginning its 8-month refurbishment process this month and delaying the Unity 23 spaceflight to next year, with commercial service now expected for Q4 of 2022 at the earliest. Virgin Galactic CEO Michael Colglazier. The resequencing of our enhancement period in the Unity 23 flight underscores our safety-first procedures and provides the most efficient path for commercial service, and it's the right approach. Interesting. 8 months turnaround? What the heck happened to that thing? Michael Colglazier, our decisions are driven. Let me see. The reason we are deeply appreciated. Wait. We are deeply appreciative of the Italian Air Force research mission and grateful for their continued partnership with us in this test flight program. Interesting. Interesting. The Italian Air Force is the customer to fly on the Unity 23 mission. Huh. It's a little strange. Check the third tweet from Mikkel. Virgin Galactic says that a recent lab test flagged a possible reduction in the strength margins of certain materials used to modify specific joints in its vehicles that will require further physical inspection. Can I read that again? Flagged a possible reduction in the strength margins of certain materials used to modify specific joints in its vehicles that will require further physical inspection. Modify specific joints. What did I tell you guys? I mean, that sounds like they're using something to strengthen certain parts of that vehicle, and it's not working correctly. Well, you're running into problem like this after supposed operational missions, after Richard Branson flew on it, right? So what do I always say about if you're running into problems during operational missions? If you're running into problems during operational missions, I mean you didn't test it good enough. The feather? Interesting. It means it wasn't tested well enough. And yeah, I don't know. That's very strange that it's very strange that they would just put the CEO on there and not see something like this. But every time you fly, regardless of operational missions, you do learn something new. So how do they not find something this critical before putting people on it? Yes, no, I don't know. The stuff is so ridiculously complicated, you have to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt, man. It's really easy to say that in hindsight. Like, take a project where you guys have basically full transparency on. Take my SSDO. How did I miss that? How did I freaking miss something like that? Well, I did, and I lost 7 of them on landing because I couldn't figure out what the heck was wrong because I didn't test it sufficiently. You know? By not flying it enough. Yeah. An 8-month turnaround seems like there's a structural problem. I mean, it said it flagged a possible reduction in the strength margins of certain materials. So basically, there's something that they put on there they thought was going to be stronger, and it wasn't stronger. And it showed wear a lot quicker than they thought. 8-month turnaround means they got to take that whole thing apart. It's something structural. Because this thing's built around a structural fuselage. It's something on the fuselage or some critical system where you have to take the whole thing apart to get at it. Right? Like, that's 8-month turnaround, 8-month refurb. The space shuttle's less than that. But then again, we are talking about 2 significantly different systems there, and I do understand that. Anyway, yeah, not particularly good news there. I mean, Blue Origin's kind of eating Virgin Galactic's lunch right now. Anyway, let's keep going here. So, this one's coming from Marcia Smith. Came here, this is what you linked. Let's see. These are our 3 swimming lanes from Watson Morgan. Lisa Watson Morgan is SLS, so this is SLS. These are our 3 swimming lanes. Could only award 1 contract for Appendix H, so we created Appendix N, which is a risk reduction campaign. It has 37 requirements versus 27 for Appendix H. More because we're staying longer. Lunar Exploration Transport Services is the contract that'll take people back and forth, and the taxi service in the late 2020s. All right, what do we got here? Appendix H, Option A, 1 uncrewed, 1 crewed demonstration mission, precursor to sustaining service missions. Appendix H is the HLS contract. This Appendix H is the part that was awarded to SpaceX for 1 uncrewed and 1 crewed demonstration mission. That's for the Artemis 3 mission. That's the one that's supposed to go back in 2024. Appendix N. Engage with potential commercial partners for concept studies, sustaining HLS concept of operations development for both ground and flight and risk reduction activities to better prepare NASA's industry partners for a robust LETS competition. Appendix N was added. Appendix N was added after Appendix H was awarded. Lunar Exploration Transport Services. Establish human-rated certified commercial providers to transport crew to and from the lunar surface on a repeatable, sustainable basis. After Blue Origin cried, no, D-Pick, it actually... This was before the protest, believe it or not. Right when they awarded it, they rolled out with N, if my memory is serving me correctly. Yeah. The Mark Felton video of Tesla. Yeah, I saw it. Anyway. Interesting. All right, let's read more into this. We have created an office to focus on science. That office has large cargo missions under its purview, as an example, to deliver habitats or rovers. Critically important for many business cases. It helps out with government use and our dollars. It helps government use our dollars and leverage the providers' dollars to do more. All providers designed cargo variants. Huh. We have all the funding we need for option A when the voluntary stay of performance is lifted. Yeah. After the court case is settled. We've completely funded Appendix N work to the current date, and we're working with procurement to get the right balance to establish recurring services. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna leave that open. This needs a little bit more explanation, guys. We'll explain that after I do kind of the whole segment of space news here. So the last bit here is the NSF vid coming from filmed by Boca Chica Gal here of Starship. Let's go check this out, and let's go from there. SN20 testing is scheduled to start in 20 minutes, actually. Looks like they're installing a grid fin on booster number 5 here. Imagine knowing thousands of people are watching you do your job. Yeah. I don't think these guys care, man. Dude, from what I've seen from the workers down there, they're just happy to be working. I don't think they really give a crap, dude, to be honest. I mean, a specific cited example would be the worker that goes up to Elon Musk in the third part of Tim Dodd's interview with Elon. Did you guys notice the random worker that comes up and he says, "Hey man, thank you for what you're doing. I really appreciate it." That was like the type of, hey man, thank you for giving me a paycheck type of thank you. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't think these guys give two craps. I'm pretty sure everybody here that works at this, all the contractors and whatnot, know that this business would not be there if it wasn't for him. Do you think the Rio Grande Valley would have this kind of economic influx if SpaceX wasn't there? Not a chance in hell, man. They're Texans, dude. They know. They get it. Of all the days we've seen coverage from Eric, can you remember us freaking out about the safety stuff on site? I've never freaked out about the safety stuff on site, Apatoxin. You know why? Because accidents happen. Accidents happen. You can design a system to be 100% safe based off of some crazy statistic, etc., and somebody will find a way to hurt themselves. Accidents happen. It happens, guys. I'm not saying it's okay, but it does happen. Look, a cable snapped when they were trying to pick up one of the chopsticks the other day, dude. It happens. Sometimes accidents happen. As long as as long as you're cognizant that accidents can happen and accept and learn from that circumstance, then you're fine. Right? Like, and I agree with what you said at the end. It seems like everybody's doing a really good job. These guys get it. But stuff does go down. That does happen. I mean, look, the same thing with the SSTO. Look at when I tried to get the SSTO working on Wednesday. I did everything basically to the checklist to a T, and it still went wrong. It happens. That doesn't mean you should be laissez-faire about safety either. I'm not talking like, I'm not saying go and do stuff like this. You know, that's probably not a good idea. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. Look at these guys. They're in Uptown right here. See Central Park in the background? That's Uptown. I'd say, I don't know. I think this might be the Empire State Building, judging by where this is. See last. Yeah, Vile, that's right. One wind gust? Yeah. Hey, maybe these guys are hooked in. There's clearly something on that beam right there. Maybe they're hooked in. You just can't see it. Who knows? Yeah, Reltius, be careful with that. You shouldn't take modern social concepts and apply them on stuff from like 80 years ago. I don't think that's the right way to do things, man. You know, because like think about it. Like 100 years ago, if somebody had a mental deficiency, you put them in a hospital in a straitjacket, or you just hit him with a nail in the face. You know, be careful with that, dude. Stuff was different back then. Just like if you took one of those people now, they'd probably, if you took one of those guys and transported him into 2021, he'd probably be very confused, you know? All right, let's get back over here. Herb. Thomas, what do we think this is? No, guys, you shouldn't be laissez-faire about safety, but you shouldn't have to go through a 30 safety briefings just to pick up a freaking hammer, you know what I mean? Safety is just something you should be cognizant of. It's something that needs to be addressed. That's about it. It's like going to the bathroom, right? Like, you can't just say, oh, I'm just going to pee wherever I want on this construction site. But you also can't say, hey, no porta potties either. You have, it's all about finding a symbiosis. Depending on the severity of the job, right? Like, you're going to find, it'll find its natural symbiosis, but that doesn't mean that stuff won't go wrong either. It's like with spacecraft, guys. It's like with spacecraft. You can't, you know, you plan for the best, you know, you hope for the best, but you plan for the worst, right? Yo, Boeing. Back on the table. U.S. telecom regulator circulates Boeing satellite plan for approval. Interesting. All right, fellas. Let's just keep going, okay? Yeah, the coverings are going to really make this thing look good.com. Too bad common sense isn't very common these days. That's, hey, all I know is that if I was running a construction site like this and I saw someone standing under a suspended load, they would get a pretty stern talking to from me, and probably some videos about what happens to people when they get crushed by a 2-ton steel beam. You want that? Don't stand under it. Pretty straightforward stuff, you know? Were you asking what the covering on the RTV sealed sections of the wing flap was? Yeah. Yeah, show a final destination. Yeah, right. There's just some stuff that you, like I said, safety procedures have to be there. You can't just be like, nah, whatever, just do whatever you want. But you also can't be like, no, you need to learn how to pick this hammer up correctly. Neither of those things is good. And humans, doing what humans do, think it needs to be one or the other. It's not one or the other. You can be cognizant of safety and get stuff done. You know, like that's actually how an effective build site goes. I would give the guy some drop tips. Yeah, don't stand under a suspended load, Buck. If I didn't adhere to that advice, my right foot would be missing right now. Because it got obliterated by a transmission, right? Like, or you can be too cognizant of safety and save $30 billion. That wasn't done under the guise of safety, Kralani, but yes. It hasn't flown yet, Nikita, no. Thankfully, I had to delete that transmission dropping clip in the purge. That's one of the good things that came out of the DMCA nonsense. Yeah, Ralph Darwin will sort it out. Now we're talking, you know. Perlite is an insulating layer between the trial. Problem is, you can't assume people know these things. Some people just don't. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chris, what's up, man? 42-month resub. Cranes. Oh, that thing is a frigging tank! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that Super Duty! Sorry, I'm nerding out about. Oh, look at that thing! Could pull a freaking tank with that thing. Thing's a freaking beast. Probably just trying to protect whatever resin base they use for the red RTV. Yeah, makes sense. I love it. I love it, and I want one. Oh wait, I already have one. Nice. Dude, that thing is literally a semi-truck that's disguised as a pickup truck. It's that truck is one of those, just it looks like a pickup truck. What's the cobbles? Speed bumps. I see so many of those things being daily driven and never towing anything in its life. Yeah. Exo, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have a Super Duty, dude. I mean, if you, like, you know, like, I don't mind if someone wants to daily drive one of those things. What I do mind is, like, if you're going to take one of those, you're going to lift it, put it on big tires, put it on off-road tires, and then never off-road the damn thing. I hate pavement queen trucks. They just, it's just, it's very, very discouraging. Like, if you're going to put big frigging tires on it, frigging send it, you know? And that's why I don't think I'd ever put, like, big freaking off-road tires on, like, Tough Enough, dude. Because Tough Enough's a utility truck. It's a utility vehicle. It's designed to do work. I like that. Just like these trucks right here. It's designed to do things. Like that. Like this boy right here. Look at those. Look at those tires. I think those are cool. I would find this... I like this better than if this thing was like up on lifted tires or whatever. This thing's a friggin' tank. Look at this truck. It does work. It's moving kerosene around. 1993, fuel oil. So that's kerosene. She's a beast. Don't modify the daily, Bobby. That's my one rule. A lot of them are contractors, but a lot of them are SpaceX too. I'm guessing that the ironwork and stuff and the crane rigging is probably contracted, along with the HVAC guys, the electricians. SpaceX is the people that work for SpaceX are the operators and the designers, and SpaceX does do some in-house stuff. Any crane that has SpaceX on the side, obviously. I see so many Ferrari and Lambos being daily driven and never on the track and racing. Yeah. See, I like that. I like that Super Duty. It's nice. Counterweights. Counterweight sling right there. Didn't they say that they started hiring guys down there full time? Yeah. There's like 2,500 people working in Boca for SpaceX. Yep. Yeah, cool, Wisp. Awesome. Yeah, it's like half and half, Prey, right now. I mean, with the scalability that Elon Musk is talking about with what they want to do with Starship, I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're going to need more than 2 pads here eventually. You think something like Starbase, something, you know, if you're as so bold to call this thing Starbase, you think it's going to have just 2 pads? I mean, if you really want my personal opinion, I don't think SpaceX is even thinking about that right now. They're thinking about getting 1 pad operational, never mind getting like 6 or 7 of them. But also at the same time, you think you know, if they want to call this Starbase and they're literally setting up shop to mass produce these things right here, you think they're going to be called that? Do they ever need to move production fully indoors? Yes and no, Raised. If they can rapidly reuse, having 2 of them will be enough. Yeah. I suppose, you know, Boeing's facilities only have 1 runway. So maybe. When do you think they'll fly? January, maybe December. Bird. That's not the road. Nah, 2 pads should be enough. They just need to hop them to sea launch platforms. Yeah. SLS and Starship in the same week would be terrible for me, some new, because I want to see both of those launches. I want to drive to both of those launches, man. Why did they never use SN16? I think they only made SN16 to get the data that they needed to learn how to do that flip maneuver, Ivan, and once 15 proved that it could work, there's no need for it. I think they'll blow up the pads, and they do too because they do not look very permanent. The more the catch arms come together, the crazier it seems to me that they're serious about it. It's going to be a hard thing to do, Barrel. But I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea on how this is going to work. Guys, I was thinking about this last night, if you want to hear it. We'll watch the rest of the video and then I'll explain. I don't know, it's just that getting the right ones doesn't feel enough for me. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Ivan, but once again, if the tiles don't work, then why even practice landing? At some point they're gonna have to do EDL with tiles and the wings. Why would you test that with ships that aren't more high fidelity at this point, right? Think about that. You nailed one landing, but you nailed one landing on a vehicle that has about as much in common with the final product as frickin' Starhopper does. They've changed the design over and over and over again. The thing is going to fly completely different with tiles on it. Well, not all that different, but it will definitely be enough to... It's enough to warrant a significant change. So from now on, I would want to be doing all my testing, my landing testing, with a ship with tiles on it. Just putting it out there. Nice, Rip. Space news. All right. Yeah, that's right, Thomas. The failure modes during the flip were all QC or stupid mistakes. Time to move on. I mean, yeah, Prey, if one landed, I would want to start testing with more high fidelity designs. Think about how, like, the initial approach and landing tests with the shuttle, which had dud tiles on it, right? You know, they had the tail cone they had the bow tail on it first, and then they took it off after, you know? But even then, they only did 5 approach and landing tests, right? They only did 5 ALTs, and then they said, yeah, it's good to go. How many drop tests has Dream Chaser done? 4? 5? Sometimes that's all you need. The physics ain't gonna change, you know? Is this off-road enough? Yes. Goalie, that's fine. To build them slower than they can change them, for real. Yeah, you're not wrong. Now, see, Prey, I don't know about you. This is looking a lot more spacecrafty to me. I mean, 20 has some tiles that are kind of like a little crooked. I do not see one crooked tile here in this entire thing. I don't see one crooked one. They're all perfect. Maybe a couple right there and right there. But the vast majority of these tiles are placed very right. There's a couple weird ones here, couple weird ones there. But this is a lot more uniform than the previous one. Turtle tile. That's interesting, Thomas. Oh, there's the covers for Super Heavy. Cool. Corsi, what's that? Oh, we got some bulkhead pieces there. You were talking to someone at NASA who felt that the tile gaps weren't going to be a huge issue, but agreed uniform makes the most sense. It's interesting. I talked to a guy that does thermals for the SLS, and he said that that's not a good idea. I mean, yeah, a guy that works on thermal protection for SLS. And there's a couple of guys that here that worked on the shuttle program too that I've talked to that were like, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. But then again, maybe on the shuttle it was really important because it's made out of aluminum. Maybe on Starship because it's made out of stainless steel, it's not that big of a deal. They do expand and contract at different rates, like who knows. Maybe when Starship heats up, it'll expand and everything will become uniform. You know, how it looks down here doesn't necessarily, you know, detail how it's going to work up there. If that was the case, you know, when an airliner flies, the wings wouldn't be like this when it was up in the air. They'd be down like that, right? I wonder if they have a trick up their sleeve for long term for needing and adhering gap filler in hot spots. SLS isn't a good idea. Oh, wrecked. They reference testing that they did on exposed tile gaps on the shuttle that way, but I mean, I agree with you on this. Yeah. I mean, Corsi, clearly it's not that big of a deal, right? Because if it was, those tiles would be straight. Like, if some punk Twitch streamer like me can, you know, notice that there's tile gaps, you know, they obviously see it, right? They obviously see it, and they obviously don't give a frick, so we'll see. You know, like, that's always my benefit of the doubt, dude. That's what helps me with my judgment the most, Cors. I don't know better than them. I don't know better than NASA. I don't know better than Blue Origin. I don't know better than SpaceX. You know, people always ask, oh, why are they doing this way? Because they know better than you. You know, I always try to keep that into perspective. If gas gets under the tile, you're going to lose the vehicle. Also, red RTV is a cheap solution now, but it's not very reusable where they have it. You know, that's something they should be asking me how to do these things. Spiffy, dude. Like, you say that as a joke. I see that in spaceflight, in the spaceflight community, a lot more than you might think. If it's one thing that I've noticed, the people that have no idea what they're talking about weigh in on things a lot. And I know that's kind of rich coming from me, but I tell you that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not an engineer. I'm learning. Like, I make that very friggin' clear, you know, like, but I find that the people who often don't understand will weigh in on it, and the people that know what they're talking about, they don't say anything. How's the college thing going? Route 154 kind of postponed that project for the time being, but it's still in the back of my mind, Da Vinci, don't worry. Don't spend time perfecting the tiles if we can't get to orbit. And you know what, guys? I'll say this once, I'll say it again. So what if SN20 fails? I personally don't think it's going to make it through re-entry. Personally. I mean, let me rephrase that. It's not going to make it through re-entry without some problems somewhere. And those problems could destroy the vehicle. The shuttle didn't get its TPS exactly correct on the first try. STS-1 had tiles that came off, but the tiles came off for another reason. The tiles came off, some of the tiles came off on Columbia on STS-1 because of the sound vibrations from the solid rocket boosters reverberating off the ground at liftoff. The vibrations were so bad it was enough to shake some tiles off the glue. So they did lose tiles. And the shuttle did make it through just fine without those tiles. It's no problem. But they did have problems with the tiles on the first mission. SpaceX is going to have problems somewhere with the tiles. What are they? Don't know. Will they lose the vehicle? Maybe. Could they lose the vehicle? Yeah. But the overarching thing at the end of the day is who cares if they do? Who cares? Make another one. Send it again. What, does Elon Musk not have the money to do that? No, he's planning on doing that. Obviously, if they get 20 back, great. But you got to remember, 20 is designed to doof itself out into the ocean. It's not like they're worried about getting it back to begin with. They just want to test the tiles. So who cares if it doesn't work? Have you tried just building more spaceships, Fivehead? But that feeds into what Elon Musk says all the freaking time. What does he say all the time? You need to scale up spacecraft production. You need to scale it up. That's the hard part. Any idiot can make a rocket nowadays. Not any idiot. You know what I mean. Anybody can make a rocket. You need to make rocket. You need to produce rockets en masse, and you need to make them fully reusable if we're really going to be serious about expanding out into space and saving the planet, etc., etc. I agree with him 100% on that. So if it fails, who cares? Send another one. That's the type of testing that SpaceX does, right? I mean, it'll suck. That would really suck, seeing that thing fail. But it would also be really cool seeing it come back. But even if it does make it back and does the flip maneuver and lands out in the water, and even if it does land intact, how the heck are you going to get that thing home? Yeah, exactly, Synerd. And Elon always says that scalability is the big pain in the butt. Anybody can make a car. Making 1 million cars is difficult. And he's right. He's absolutely right. Yeah, Ivan, right? Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, with that Starship orbital flight test, the ideal goal would be to have SN20 sitting intact with all of its tiles out in the Pacific Ocean, floating around just like this in the water. That would be great. But I would consider that an absolute mission success if the thing gets off the pad. Serious. If it gets 100 feet off the pad, I will consider that a mission success, because that is, dude, super heavy working on the first try. That would be very, very, very huge. The worst part about these prototypes failing is the news headlines. Well, that's why I do what I do here, AJ. You get home by getting Mighty Servant to pick it up and take it to the port of Brownsville. You think SpaceX would do that? You think they'd do it, Thomas? How awesome would that actually be? This is Elon with the Starship prototypes. I think I'm beginning to like this. Yeah, they won't, but a guy can dream. They might. You don't know that. GovSat-1, they were looking at ways to tow that thing back. And if it lands close enough, look at what they did with CRS-16. They towed that sucker right back to the port, you know? So it might happen. It could happen. Like, it's possible. I don't know if there's any port around. Okay, now you piqued my stupid curiosity here. I don't know if there's any port around where the Pacific Testing Range that would be big enough to accommodate that type of ship. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. So it's going out here. It's going to land somewhere out here. That's where it's projected to land. Why has there been so few Starlink launches? Pearl Harbor. That's two different thoughts, right, John? SpaceX is retooling Starlink for the Mark II satellites. It's going to take a second. Pearl Harbor, kind of famous. Yeah, you guys clearly don't understand the geography involved here. Pearl Harbor's over there. We need one on Kauai. There needs to be one here. Is there a port that's big enough on this island? Metric, please. It's 140 miles, so that's 200 kilometers. It's about 200 kilometers, give or take. Probably a little bit more. Entendido. The port is in over here. All right. Do we have a port that's big enough? Yeah. I suppose that'll work. And why? Why would we put a port out here? Well, any type of recovery ship is going to need a place to chill for a second. The tug could do that tow, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, Tessa, but this is out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. If the conditions aren't favorable, the day after recovery, then... You know, it's probably going to land somewhere out here. Here, let's see if I was right. Yeah. It's close enough. I mean, the Pacific testing range is all out in here. So it could land over here, you know? Do we even know if it'll float? No. I mean, I don't know. They might recover it. Maybe. Who knows? I don't think they're going to try to get 20 back unless something miraculous happens, like CRS 16. I don't think it's going to survive re-entry intact, Staples. I really don't. If it does, I'll be pretty impressed. But that's not a mark towards SpaceX. You know, I think SpaceX is just trying to get some data on re-entry. If they get some data on re-entry, figure out where the damn thing failed, well, that's one less way that it'll fail during re-entry when you put people on it down the road. It feeds into how they're testing things, which makes a lot more sense. If they get it right on the first try, I'll be pretty impressed, dude. I'm pretty damn impressed. That'd be pretty cool. I'd also guess it wouldn't float flat due to the empty center of mass. Yeah, Mutter, it'll be up like this, no doubt. The engines will be the engines will probably be fully submerged, similar to Falcon. Falcon always floated like that, you know? Elon said it's a success if it just gets off the pad. Yeah, I agree with him. I agree with him there. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with him. Yeah, he's right. Super Heavy, if Super Heavy works on the first try and they're able to get the separation mechanism all figured out and nothing goes wrong like what happened with Astra or anything, I'll be pretty damn impressed. What about Super Heavy? Do you think it's going to happen? I think if they can get it up off the pad and they get to main engine cutoff, Ivan, I don't think it'll have any problems coming back down and landing. Yeah, floating Falcon. Yeah, look at that. You know what? You know what? Starship floating might actually be nose down in the water because the forward segment is not pressurized and the aft segment is, so it actually might be down in the water like that. Landing is the hard part, though. I guess. They have started to clear the pad for the Ship 20 static fire. Alright, do we have a... Do we have a linky? Alright, let's see what we got. So this is coming from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight here. There we go. Crews are clearing the pad. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Look at that thing. That thing is so cool. It looks amazing with all those tiles on it. God, does that make me happy. Is that a Volvo cop car? I doubt it. Yeah, King. Yeah, King. Most of the structural... Yeah, I think I did the structural changes, and I redid most of the struts, and I put the heavy SSDO pad out, so... Yeah, that's a Chevy Tahoe, dude. I remember you... have it at losing more than one but less than 100 tiles. Yeah, Hellfish, that maybe, I don't know. Did you upload it so we can do the simulations for you? Oh, I didn't. Actually, that's a really good idea. That would be really good before I yeet that thing up into space. Give me 1 second. Any KSP tonight? Yeah, probably in a little bit. It depends on how long this testing is going to go. That's why I played KSP early. I did all the fixes for the big SSTO. Trying to find the picture of it that I took. Whatever, I'll just use this picture of it on orbit. Why not? Give me 1 second. We'll get the live stream back up in a moment. Okay. All right, there you go. LV5B2, that's the updated version right there. That's the version I put out and rolled around. How are they storing propellant on site for the upcoming test and future launches? They have a tank farm for the suborbital pad, Tsiolkovsky. And then for the big pad, that's what all those towers are right here. See those towers, the gray ones? That's for long-term propellant storage. That's why if you look, this one right here, see that one's stainless steel. That one hasn't been sleeved yet. They're putting these things over the shells, over the actual fuel tanks that they use to store these things. Because each one of these is basically a gigantic thermos with an inner wall, the steel, and the outer wall, this thing. It's a big thermos for long-term storage of propellants. How fast can humans travel in space? Are there G's in space? No. When you're in orbit or when you're in low Earth orbit, it's a microgravity environment. The reason why it's called a microgravity environment is because of the angular momentum that happens from orbiting around the planet. The angular momentum from traveling at a high enough speed is enough to cancel out the force of gravity, but not totally cancel it out. That's why it's called microgravity and not 0G. Pinter, what's up, Midge? I'm not sure if they're pulling a full vacuum with them, Muttered, to be honest. They might. I don't. It's probably strong enough. What I'll bet they're doing is not going full vacuum. They're probably going down to like 4 or 5 psi. They're like maybe 0.3 bar. Going to full vacuum is difficult, right? In terms of how fast humans have gone, I'm pretty sure during Apollo 10 and Apollo 8, they hit the atmosphere going like 26,000 miles an hour. But you got to understand that that's what speed are we talking relative to? 26,000 miles an hour is relative ground speed. Do you take into account that the Earth's orbital velocity is 66,000 miles an hour and compound that? So relative to the sun, they were going like 90,000 miles an hour. The sun is traveling around the center of the galaxy. Do we take that into account? How fast is the sun going? How fast is the sun orbiting around the center of the galaxy? How fast is our galaxy orbiting around the center of the universe? What's relative speed here? They what? They started the changes on Ile Rouge. Gross. It has nothing to do with that. They're putting in a new big grandstand on that hill to replace that house. And they just demolished it? Ugh. Gross. So what's the theory of what this is and what it'll be used for? Oh, the Iron Man thing. I have no idea. I think that's just a statue made out of leftover parts. Still cool, though. Not a grandstand, a larger runoff for car safety. That has a grandstand next to it, so is it not a grandstand, Via, or what? Man, you guys want to really play that technical game today, huh? Was it made in a cave? Now, see, Buck's asking the important questions. OJ Bronco. Where? Was there a 96? Let me see. But the house standing will be nothing but runoff. Ugh, gross. I don't see no Bronco. There's a Tahoe. A Traverse. Gross. Another Tahoe. I mean, something had to give at that corner sooner or later. Go back more. Hey! That ain't a Bronco. That ain't a Bronco, Sawyer. You know what that is right there? That's a 96 F-250 with a bed topper on it. Here, let's get it from the other camera. Bro, let's go! Right there! There it is! Another tough enough! Yay! Yes! That's awesome! Hell yeah! That's another tough enough! Good eye, Sawyer. Good eye. Big truck parade. Big truck parade or another day in Texas? New design at Spa. Notice the top of Ile Rouge. Yeah. Well, it's a long bed, guys. I don't think it's an F-150. That's an F-250. And it's higher up off the ground. Believe me, I spent a lot of time in one of these trucks very recently. Good job on spotting the OBS, though. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, you know, with Formula One, they always do these minor changes here and there, and then you end up with something like Paul Ricard, which is just terrible. It's just a parking lot. It's an autocross track. It's boring as hell. You want these fun, crazy freaking turns, dude. You're gonna have to sacrifice a little bit of safety. At the end of the day, you know, but at the end of the day, there's my opinion, and there's the driver's opinion. It should come down to the guys that are driving the cars. If they're cool with it being like that, Well, it should be their choice and nobody else's. You know? I don't like that there's just some arbitrary committee somewhere that, you know, arbitrarily rules about safety, you know? We're getting ready for a static fire here. I'm gonna make sure we're back up to live. FIA just deemed the Mercedes engine legal. Helmet is going to internally combust since Mercedes was 20 mph faster. Forge, all that Mercedes is doing is just staying ahead of the curve because they were allowed to start developing their engine like a year earlier than everybody else. So of course they're ahead in the developments. They've had more test time. Now, I mean, that's really what you should start looking at. Mercedes started developing their V6 power plant like in 2011 or something. Yeah, I heard about that, Waldaloo, yeah. One dynamic fire. I don't think SN20 is going to get off the ground until either late December or early January. I'm leaning towards early January right now, judging by how complete the pad is. And, you know, it's not just completing the pad. They have to complete the pad. They have to make sure it works. They're going to probably have to static fire Booster 4 at some time. At some point. Hey, Rocket Sage, what's going on? Ooh, Rocket Sage. Did I show you this? Hold on. Guys, I gotta show Rocket Sage this. Get rid of that. Go over here. Check this out. On my cross-country road trip, we went hiking around in Flagstaff, Rocket, and I saw something that you might appreciate. All the rocks, and keep in mind, we're like 7,000 feet above sea level. Yeah. Very peculiar finding rocks like this high up with those things in them. You see... What's that? It's not a boulder, it's a rock. No, the reason why I wanted to show Rocket Sage is because Rocket Sage does geology streams. She does geology streams the same way I do space flight streams. So it's a rock with holes in it. Who knows why? Corals? No. Sky pebble? No. I'm not a geologist. Can you clue us in? These are called vesicles. Rain? Rain doesn't do that. A rock with these little these holes here were air pockets. They were air pockets from air that got trapped in this rock when it was part of a lava stream. They're called vesicles. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, see all the little holes in the rock? It looks like the rock has termites. Because this was taken in Flagstaff, guys. That was taken in Flagstaff. Flagstaff has a very, very interesting geological history. You know, up in the mountains, there's there was a volcano there at some point. So it's volcanic, yep. Mm-hmm. So those are air pockets that got trapped when the rock solidified. It's really cool, really interesting stuff. Like, me being from the East Coast is not used to seeing volcanic rock up
Discovery, go at throttle up.
near a freaking mountain. That's not a thing over here. So it's actually pretty cool. Rock acne. Yep. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't call it air, more like gases. Okay, I'm going back to the. Yep, I'm going back to the. Ooh, I just noticed the ring. Thanks, Coop. Wizrule, 36-month resub. Last for Geese and Pun. I'm alright. It's technical day, you forgot. Well, technically, you're wrong.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Clavic, 49-month resub. So we should be in the window for testing here, if I'm remembering right. But it seems like there's still people evacuating the pad. Did they turn BN3 into a water tower using the upper propellant tank for water? I don't think so. There is some tank farm activity up there, that's right. The entire upper propellant tank of Booster 3 is gone. Yeah, they cut it in half, and then they stopped working on it. Why does one side of this grain silo look blackened? Those are tiles. They're thermal tiles on SN20 because that's the one that's going to do their re-entry test. That's why static firing it today is really going to be a really interesting thing. I want to see what happens to the tiles when they fire those engines. That's why I'm covering this. But before it looks like we're a little ways out. Before we jump into that, actually, there is a little bit of Russian news if we want to get into that. Let's go ahead and share that stuff now. And then go from there. There actually is a little bit, a couple of other links here and there. We already did that. We already got that. We already got that. Cool. All right. So let's check out a little bit of Russian news here. Let's see. At the Baikonur Cosmodrome, workers are beginning they're doing closeout on MS-18. MS-18 will launch to the ISS on the carrier rocket Soyuz 21A. And it'll launch on the 28th of October in the year 2021. Preparations for the final launch of the cargo ship continue. Progress MS-18. It will be launched to the ISS on a Soyuz 21. Okay, cool. Sweet. I got it. Let's take a look. So this is the next resupply ship coming out of Russia here. Let's see what we got.
На космодроме Байконур продолжается подготовка к запуску грузового корабля «Прогресс МС-18».
He's literally saying exactly what the...
на ракете-носителе «Союз-2-1А» в рамках 79-й миссии снабжения. На станцию грузовик доставит 600 килограммов топлива, 400 литров питьевой воды системы «Родник», 40 килограммов...
No, that's actually more than what he said in the translation. Hold on, what is he saying there?
9-й миссии снабжения. На станцию грузовик доставит 600 килограммов топлива, 400 литров питьевой воды системы «Родник», 40 килограммов...
He's saying how much cargo it's carrying in kilogram. I heard kilograms, so that's got to be for cargo, but I can't... Bobby, they speak too fast for me to understand it. I only get bits and pieces, but I'm working on it.
Килограммов сжатых газов, около 1,5 тонн различного оборудования и материалов, а также посылки от родных и близких. Старт запланирован на конец октября. На космодроме Байконур продолжается подготовка к запуску грузового корабля «Прогресс МС-18».
He basically just said the beginning right here. He said this. На космодроме Байконур Progress MS-18. They said a little bit more about what it's going to carry, etc., etc., but still cool. Another spacecraft, 28th of October for the launch there. Playback speed 0.5, nice. So, ракет Nositeri. Soyuz 2-1A. Start. So that's October right there. 2021 Goda. Goda is year. Huh. Cool. All right, so we got another progress craft going off there. Doesn't Twitter have a text translator? Yeah, PC Tech, but I know what this says. I'm trying to pronounce the damn words. Dude, still to this day, even, you know, I read a little bit of Russian every day. My brain still defaults back to English every once in a while, which is weird. And I try to pronounce it with the English letter. That's not it. So I'm like, 3 and Poba. No, the 3 is Z. So it's I forget. Yeah, the three is Z, like Zvezda, you know. I don't think Kem or anybody else is here to help me translate it. I usually have Russian-speaking viewers help me with this stuff. 28th. Yeah, okay, cool. Plus Zaplaniroven. So start, that says start Zaplaniroven. 28th October 2021 Goda. They're sleeping? Yeah, some of them are still up. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously it's easy to say that with the translation here. I'm trying to understand what that word says without hitting that button, you know? Yeah, I got you inbound. There you go. Did you see this? Planned. Spasiba. Yeah, we saw those pictures yesterday, T-Man. Pretty cool. Approximately? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's keep, let's go to the next bit here. So, let's try it without the translate. Here. Don't. I know so spear. That's Iki right there, right? I forget what TH is. The Spithiki? Speaky cheeky breaky. See, that's what I mean, dude. I'm like defaulting between English and Russian. It's so stupid. Yeah, the H is N. That's right. And then the backwards N is an I. Oh, my goodness. So, that would, if that's Sputnik, the satellite. So, satellite OneWeb, oh, crap. Who designed this? Cyrillic is an amalgamation of a couple of different languages. It's from Greek letters, actually. It's Greek and a couple of other things. It's nominal. Oh, all right. Kilometrov, 450 kilometers. So they're So that, see, Kilometrov. Kilometrov. Yeah? That's the ISS height. Nah, it's a little bit higher than that. The satellites will go to a 1,200 kilometer circular orbit. 1,200 kilometers. Sputniki. Damn it. What's the W with the little squiggly boy next to it? What's that? See, it's always the weird characters that get me. How low was the ISS back in the shuttle days? 270 miles. Or no. No, lower than that. Stutch. Kind of like a stuff. Oh, man. If you think Cyrillic is strange, you should check out Georgian. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit the translate button here. Yeah, Sputniki, satellite. Okay, satellite OneWeb in the normal mode will be launched to a target circular orbit with an altitude of 450 kilometers. The satellite will then carry out a further transit orbit to about 1,200 kilometers using their own engines. And this is what today's start looked like from a variety of angles. So this is from the OneWeb 11 mission this morning. Let's see what we got. Mobile service tower retraction. The rocket's fully fueled. They're just topping it off. That's why it's making all the steam. Oh, this is cool. Headphone users. Hey, that's what's going on, buddy. I like this noise. Is this a GoPro? It's a GoPro. I know that audio anywhere. Oh, this camera though. Just finished editing some video. Cool, man. Thank you. Dug into the ground, hip. Okay, Krelmus. Yeah, there we go. I saw him, Signer. They were shaking around. Soyuz has well, they have a pad deluge. Yeah, it's going down there. Can you go over what you're seeing with ignition? So Soyuz uses a GSE torch igniter. Goalie. Okay. You ever start up a propane grill? No, propane, boy, just hear me out. You ever start up a propane grill? Spray some lighter fluid on the propane grill, turn the gas on, light the match, and then throw the match in? What happens? Match will meet the vapors from the lighter fluid. It'll start a flame. That flame will ignite the pilot light, and And then when the grill is actually on, you just see a regular flame. Literally that. That's it. They stick a match up the business end of the nozzle and light the match. That's the different intensity that you're seeing. So they trickle a little bit of propellant in through those engines on a pre-valve, and it lights it, and then just like a pilot light on a stove will, or a purge flame at a purge flame on like a rocket launch pad, a different type of rocket launch pad, right? You know, they get it going, and then the expansion of gases will pull more stuff. Do the newer versions of Soyuz with different engines still do that? It depends on which version. You use charcoal on top of propane? I didn't. When did I say charcoal? Did I say charcoal? I didn't say charcoal. No. You put lighter fluid on the grill and you light the propane and you throw it on there and it lights the lighter fluid and that gets the flames going and then that pulls the propane out and then you get grill. That's literally what's going on. It's not that far off. So they open up the valves to the thing, right? Stick the match up there, right? There's them turning the dang things on right there. That makes no sense. You don't use lighter fluid in gas grills. I think this terrible landing should give you some reassurance. Alright, cool. Let me check it in a second. Turn in gas, so click the electric igniter. Alright, let's just nix this conversation real quick. Can you pour lighter fluid on a propane grill and light it that way with a match? Is that possible within the confines of physics? Because you know, everybody's got to be technical today. Well, technically, I don't do that when I'm grilled. Technically, you shouldn't do that with your. Is it possible to do that within the confines of physics? And is it entirely possible that the analogy might not exactly hold up to how they're doing it there? Because you know, launching a rocket is the same as lighting a grill, right, guys? They stick a match up the rocket nozzle. They have an igniter, light the match like lighter fluid, set the match on fire, and they open up pre-valves in the engines. And once the propellant gets atomized inside of it, and then the flames will pull the rest of the propellant through. Like putting lighter fluid on a gas grill. You guys are a bunch of friggin' winners, aren't you? Match ignition. Lighter fluid. Engines take a second to get up to throttle. Release. To space. Poyehali. Last, you like it. I've seen the match cam before, dude. But if we want to check it again. Here, take a look. There you go. There's your match. There's your lighter fluid. Pre-valves open. Spin up those turbo pumps and boom. Goodbye. See what I'm talking about? The lighter fluid analogy is still hurting my brain. Oh boy. Alright, cool. I'll check it in a second, Pumper. The lighter fluid analogy is still hurting my brain. Okay, get rid of the lighter fluid part then. You have a propane grill with no electric igniter. You turn the propane on and you throw the match on it and Is that straightforward enough? It's not, but see, they use an intermediary thing in there, if I'm remembering correctly, because no one's gonna go in there and strike the damn match. So you got to get away for the stupid thing to catch on fire. It needs to meet a source of ignition and it needs to meet an accelerant to light the stupid match. Unless you guys want to climb inside of a Soyuz nozzle and light a match in there to turn it on. Is a pre-valve fuel an oxidizer or just fuel? It wouldn't do anything if it was one or the other, Goalie. It has to be both of them. Do they work like an electric match? No. You could cook steaks in the flame trench. Oh, boy. You know, there is a certain ideal distance that if you put like a steak on a hot plate next to a rocket, right? That during the rocket launch you will get a perfectly cooked steak. It's the nuclear bomb pizza joke. You know, in the event of a nuclear war, there is an ideal distance somewhere where the heat from a nuclear blast will give you a perfectly cooked pizza. There's an ideal distance there. I think the same thing could be applied to rockets. Anyway, crews have closed the LOX tank access hatch and the crew lift is now down. Sweet. Neat, Hellfish. That's cool. Not sure if useful because it wasn't a real flight, but the new Big Chunga survived straight drops from launch clamps at 18 meters and blew up at 19. Okay. We can go back to checking the SN20 stuff here in a second. There is one more bit of space news, but I have a couple of videos from you guys keyed up. I mean, I'd have a steak cooked from a rocket. That'd be sweet. I mean, I'm sure someone could get that. We could figure out a way to get the hot plate at the exact temperature. That would be cool. I'd rather have that. I'd rather talk about that than talk about how everybody turns on a grill. Talk about charbroiled, maybe. I answered that on They Did the Math once. A 20 megaton nuke would cook a pizza at 35 miles. Who's flipping the steak? Yeah, we'd have to pan fry it, Bobby, huh? But even then, yeah. Okay, so maybe that a rotisserie. It'd have to be a rotisserie chicken so you can evenly distribute the heat. Imagine a restaurant where they cook food using rocket engines. I'd eat there. Yeah. It couldn't be in the direct path of the flames, or else you're not going to get anything left. But it couldn't be right next to the flames either because of the vacuum. The vacuum will pull it down. Because when a rocket fires, it outgasses, and all that gas gets pushed in one direction, and it creates a vacuum. It'll suck in more gas. So, I mean, you could make a blast furnace out of that. It would be like a kiln. So it would be like, you could get like a brick oven pizza if you did it right. Imagine if they were using rocket engines fueled by Jim Beam and liquid oxygen. It's the only way that it would get FDA approved. Has to be food grade ingredients that touch the food. Steiner, is it bad if my brain defaulted to, well, rockets can radiate heat, so it doesn't really matter, right? So if we had a rocket engine firing down, right? I mean, it's going to create a vacuum. No, it would have to be like next to it. The rocket engine would have to be firing here, and then a certain distance away you would need, like, it'd have to be a little bit below the nozzle of the rocket engine and a little bit of ways to not get sucked in by the vacuum, but still get the heat radiation. You could, yeah, I mean, you could make it into a big convection oven. Could you make a tiny micro engine to cook the pizza? Actually, using a rocket to basically make a convection oven is doable. That's, yeah, you could do that. It would end up looking like a wind tunnel. Stick hot plate in flame trench, launch rocket, cook steak in flame trench, profit. Yeah. Yeah, it gets a little windy down there, twitching. How are you going to keep the steak on the hot plate? The simple solution here is to just make rockets run on propane. Toothpick. Okay, next bit of space news. Axiom and NASA have successfully completed the preliminary design review of the AX-H1 and H2, as well as the CDR of the module's primary structure. This affirmation that the design meets all requirements is the latest major milestone on the path to launch in late 2024. So the AX-H1 and the AX-H2 are two modules that Axiom is going to attach to the ISS. They're going to be privately operated, but they're going to be attached to the ISS, and NASA can use these modules. NASA can use the modules contracted under Axiom Space. When the ISS when the ISS is decommissioned, the AX-H1 and H2 modules will separate from the ISS and become their own station. It's cool that they've completed the PDR and the CDR. That's what the station will look like. It'll have this awesome cupola module in it. Yeah. That's really neat. That's cool that they completed the preliminary design review as well as the CDR of the module's primary structure. CDR in spaceflight talk is the blueprint is finalized. So that's like a final draft of the blueprints for the module's primary structure. The PDR, preliminary design review, is the first draft of the total design of the AX-H1 and AX-H2. So basically part of the blueprint for these modules is finalized, but the blueprint as a whole, so the entire module is still in a first draft. But that's still, CDRs are a critical step. That's finalized. So this is once you hit CDR, that means you can start making things. So don't be surprised if we start seeing the structural components of these modules get manufactured in the next couple of months. What's the follow-up tweet? Celebrating this monumental progress on the primary structure for the first Axiom space station module. After our partners at TASI completed fabrication and initial integration to our and shipped to our HQ, we're looking forward to making it the first human-rated spacecraft ever assembled in Houston. Interesting. Well, there you go. There you go. There's some of the structural components being made right there. There you go. That's a big 5-axis CNC machine, man. Very, very big. I don't know if it's friction welding. Let me take a look. Oh. Oh, yeah, that might be. That might not be a CNC machine. That might be a 5-axis friction stir welder. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, that looks like a stir welder. Pretty cool. Alright, anyway. Cool. Awesome news. Alright. Can anybody read that? I want to see how they make those machines. Yeah, I know what you mean. Alright. Before we get into the SN20 testing here, I want to look at a couple of videos of you guys flying the thing around. I think, King, you linked your video first. And then, who had the streamable one? Okay, Pop Bear, you had the streamable one? Alright, let's see what we got. King, what do you got for me first? Alright. Even that chat was talking about pizza. Nice. Pizza's amazing, dude. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That, you didn't. It shouldn't land on that gear, King. That's the leveling gear. You should land on the 3 front gear right there. I just had a cup of noodles. Cup of noodles is good. Ship 20 will be doing a static fire. Yep, yep. Well, heck, landing on that is putting more load over the front. That was like 8 or 9 meters a second, I'd say, judging by the gauge. Let's take a look. Yeah. Good. Landing gear freaked out a little bit, but it looks alright. Alright, well that's good to know. Pop Bear, what do you got here? Let's take a look. What's flexing in the back there? I don't know. I'd have to go look. So chat does my flight testing for me, guys. That's part of... Okay. Apocalypse is, yeah. Mm-hmm. What the heck's going on over there? Huh. Guys, I honestly think we're good to go. I mean, I've seen what I wanted to see. Those structural changes should be fine. Do you see anything else wiggling around here? I mean, the body flaps kind of wiggle around, but this was an induced kind of drop here. If it's surviving a 7 meter a second impact, I think we're good. That was an induced stall. Yeah, I think it's good. I've seen what I wanted to see. On the other side of SN20 testing, we'll send it. I'm serious. Let's get back over here. Oh, there is one more thing that I actually kind of wanted to show you. Denny, you here. Check this out. Denny24 did this render for me. Take a look, guys. Here. Yeah, I wanted to show you something real quick. Check this out. What do you think? What do you think if it looked like if the truck looked like that? Hey, Dutch flag! I think that looks pretty rad, man. Looks way better than you thought it would. Worm. If you promise to keep it clean, it's white. You don't need to worry about that. It does look like a mail van. I realized that red, white, and blue, white background color scheme is literally the color scheme from the U.S. Post vans. There's also this one. Take a look. There's also this one, but that literally is that's U.S. Postal Service. I have, Luke, yeah. Isn't the NASA logo like copyrighted? I wouldn't put NASA's worm logo on it. I think that one, the thicker stripe, looks better. The high stripe looks actually pretty cool. In the words of Space Marine Commander Darth Vader, make it so. Nice. But what's the other render that you had? Yeah, here, these thick boy stripes right here. Take a look. The thick boy stripes look pretty rad. Yeah, with the EJSA, yeah, exactly. That doesn't look bad. I like the high stripe, though. The high stripe looks cool, but it also is the exact the high stripe looks good, but it's also that's the United States Postal Service color scheme. That was totally by accident, which I thought was funny as hell. It's the same paint scheme. So now I'm like, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that. That one looks good. I was like, oh, that looks really good, but that's literally a post van. That's why I was like, oh, the thicker stripes where the two-tone should be would look really cool. The space shuttle was kind of a delivery vehicle. Why not the stripes of the Apollo astronaut? What's that one look like? Ooh. Ooh, the red, white, blue, white, red. I actually kind of like that. It's not bad. What does the Astrovan have? Oh, it's kind of the same. Interesting. Yeah, Denny. Maybe we should do the high stripe one, but the high stripe one with that. That will make it, you know, not look like a post van. Making it a mail truck with a meatball would be funny. So that's like red, white, blue, white, red. Yeah, that would look high stripe it like that, but with that. I sound like every single graphic design artist's worst nightmare. Or we could just do a single white and blue. That's why I kind of like this. The blue is bigger than the reds. That's actually pretty neat. Another thing that I was thinking about, dudes, just on the last bit here is there was the offset red, white, and blue stripe on the hood. There you go. Offset red, white, and blue, which is that's pretty cool. We could do something like that. I'm not sure how well that would look, how good that would look on a pickup truck though, because what is it gonna do? Go through the bed? Oh, that's cool. The blue with the red, white, and blue stripe. That's the Russian flag though. Or we could do something like, here, hang on. Or we could just say screw it and do something like what Hoon did with their BMW, like this. I actually kind of like that. That's pretty sick. That's a little much. Oh yeah, you think? Oh man, yeah, it is a little bit. It's a little bit on the side. Just admit it, you're Super Dave, right? Oh man, let's try the Apollo. We'll try the Apollo stuff. The Apollo, that right there is pretty tasteful. I like that. Where worm logo? I like this. That's cool. It'll look good. Or this. What's that? Yeah. How about this? What's that? Convoy command vehicle. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Make it look like the MQF. Yeah. Did you already hear about the TikTok deal loosening people's lug nuts for TikTok? What? Plums, elaborate, please. Jalopnik did an article. So we're waiting in the wings here for SN20 to get going, but can you link me the article? Here, hold on. Let me search Jalopnik for lug nuts TikTok. They're moving a Raptor on NSF. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? There's an advertisement here somewhere, but I don't know what it is. Look at how much that gooseneck is sagging, dudes. It should tell you how heavy, like I said, how heavy those things are. Red, white, and blue like this. Let me see, sorry. I was thinking the two-tone would look pretty sick, dude. Yeah. I wanted the stripes going where the two-tone should be originally, but it looks weird. Here. There's an advertisement here, but there's also an advertisement right here. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Can I finish reading that? That's stupid. The TikTok challenge is being blamed for the loose lug nuts. The lug nut challenge is said to encourage TikTok users to film themselves loosening lug nuts and seeing what happens when the owner shows up. The above report from ABC 10 News in California tells the story of 7 vehicles that have multiple lug nuts loosened with lug nut covers missing. A WWLP viewer in Massachusetts found their old lug nuts loosened in the local police report detailing similar. Both of these reports come after the fact. It's truly not known. Yeah. Thomas, you got a render for me? Let me see. I don't know, Plums. That's a little strange that pops up, but I don't think anybody would have messed with the truck when it's in a hotel parking lot with like security cameras and stuff, you know? Ooh. Ooh, that looks really good. Ooh, I like that. The graphic standards manual? Oh yeah. Thomas, I don't mind that. That looks good. How would NASA have done it back then? Ooh. Brimo approves. Oh, there's the LDEF. Solar Max, Hubble. Cool. Where's the vehicles in here? Ah, there we go. The pickup truck is just all white. All white with the worm logo at the back. And the bus is two-tone blue and white. the two-tone blue and white could look good, man. If we just had blue all the way down here and white up top. Or just all white with the blue stripe. Because these trucks look good in two-tone. Yeah, like that with the blue stripe would look pretty cool. That would look, yeah, that wouldn't look too bad. I don't like how the two-tone has that XLT trim piece right there. That really ruins the look, in my opinion. Having those bumper guards right there, it looks terrible. Two-tone would look much better without that trim stuff right there. Those rims are the rims that you need. Slot mags? Or those? See, that's why the XL is just better than the XLT, indeed. I don't like the XLT bumpers. I think the XL bumpers look way better. The full chrome looks real good. I like how they did the two-tone here. I think that looks good. I don't have any trim badges on my Vanguard. Blue bottom, white top, red line in between. Yeah. Literally the reverse of this. Blue stripe, white truck. I think that would fit with the graphic standards. Whoa. Yeah, see? The two-tone. I like that. I like that two-tone. I think that would look really cool. You got the PDF. Dude, I love this. I really like this. That looks, this is a great example of minimalism done right. Oh, see? Like that. That would look really cool. See, like that. Just all blue. All blue down the bottom, white on the top. That would look really nice. Not like that. Yeah, see. Actually, I'm kind of, the blue stripe, the straight blue stripe is kind of growing on me. Just straight blue stripe. That's it. Yeah, the white, straight white with blue down the side. That would look cool. That's cool. I like that. Interesting color choice, but that does look cool. Make the truck match your hat. Yep. There's the plain stuff. Plain, yeah, see, literally the plain livery, but on a truck. That's cool, man. Yeah, fellas, do a render where, with this one, like where with just the blue stripe, where the two-tone should be. Interesting that they didn't put a blue stripe on the shuttle. You can't really paint the Nomex, your truck with the XLT bumper. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. So what Pantone color is NASA blue? I'm sure we could ow, that was my knee. I'm sure we could find it. What's that, Nazi? The militia in communist Poland in the past. Oh gosh. No, wrong tone of blue, but yeah, we don't need that. I don't mind that either, but once again, that looks really cool, but it's also the frigging post van. Which, nope, that's not gonna happen. How are we doing over here? Okay, people are still evacing the pad, so it's gonna be a second. Don't ask about the situation. I wasn't going to. think we won't see anything until the top of the hour. Yeah. So we're kind of... That's why I brought up the Route 154 stuff. Oh, actually, while we're here, for like the last bit of space news, Saturday's stream, guys, Brumo and I are going to do another road trip stream. What we're going to do is... So, Brumo wants to see the leaves changing up in New Hampshire. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the Route 154 setup back into the truck, right, with better audio. And we're going to drive up to New Hampshire so you guys can see the leaves change. For our sake, maybe get some locking like leaf peepers. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do for Saturday's stream. Yeah, we'll drive up there. We'll drive up into the White Mountains and stuff. I live in Leaf Country. Yeah, so do I. Does that mean Drummer Day 2 as well? No. It has the Pantone colors 3/4 of the way down. Oh, nice. So no Minecraft or Minecraft later. You know what we can do, Alex? We'll do Minecraft tomorrow. Could do something like this. Let me see. Yeah, the command center. The red. It's got the red, white, and blue stripe. The blue stripe mutter is just growing on me because those trucks came in two-tone. Believe me, you missed nothing. Still gonna race? Yep. Yeah, we're still gonna race on Saturday. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do on Saturday. We're gonna do a Route 154 follow-up, you know? It's gonna be pretty sick. Pushing you Minecraft on the one day that I'm going away. We could always fit in a Minecraft stream next week if you want. But yeah. Have you covered this? The Q&A? No, I haven't covered it on Prod. Also, Denny, thank you for doing those renders. I really do appreciate it. Your coworker loves the Route 154 garbage center. Nice. Oh. Hey, Isaac, what's going on? All right, so... yeah. Glad to help. Check Discord for a few more. Okie dokie. Oh, sick. Yeah. Ooh, that really looks good too. I really like that one. Fellas, check this out. Denny's been doing some renders, so there it is with the red, white, and blue stripe. There it is with the Apollo stuff on it. Oh, that looks good, man. Thomas, what do you got? So you have one with the... Okay, all right. The Apollo one is... I actually kind of like that. Ooh. That blue is not exactly the right blue. But... oh, see, the two-tone looks good, man. The tricolor one is a bit too American Airlines. I was thinking U.S. Postal Service, Bill, but yeah. Yeah, you had multiply on? Yeah, I gotcha. That... I was thinking make it look like it's from Flavortown. I like the two-tone. That two-tone looks really good. The stripe looks good, though, too. Ferd's blue and NASA blue Truett are very similar, so it's like 2 for 1. I really like that a lot. And Denny, I like that it doesn't go, it goes up over the logo, and then it goes over the filler caps too. I like that a lot. Rocket news. Oh, nice, Admana. The stripe better than two-tone. Stripe's better than two-tone. Apollo's better too. So I like that, Tessa. That's really cool. I think that looks really nice. I like that too, though. That looks really good as well. That one I think looks the best. I like that. How about putting your logo on the door? Nah, I don't want to exactly advertise, Chuck, that I'm live streaming from a vehicle. You could encourage people to do dumb things. I'll put the logo somewhere like up here or whatever. Yeah, that looks the best. I really like that a lot. Darker-ish blue. Yeah, Thomas, I saw that. Yeah. Why does this picture make that two-tone make it look like a Ford Ranger? It's very weird. That one looks like a sock. What, this one? I like that. I think that looks good. Jimmy's back, kind of. What's that? What is this? From Marcia Smith here. Get EJSA stamped onto the tailgate. That's a little bit out of the budget. Will you paint the F-154? I was thinking like the Apollo crew transfer vehicle, Louisa. That the red, blue, right? Red, white, blue, white, red. Red, blue, right. Nice. That looks good. I really actually like that a lot. That looks really, really cool. And heck, you know what I could do? We could just have the truck repainted white. Just paint the whole thing white, and then we could do wraps. You could have just a wrap of the stripe, or you could have a wrap like that, or you could have a wrap like that, etc., etc. You don't know you like the red cabin and the white bed? Dude, easy. Plywood hammer costs 20 bucks. Yeah, no. I like that. That's very tasteful. And it doesn't look like a goddamn mail van. That looks sick. Yeah, Bree, that's what we'll do right there. You liked the thicker blue and red stripes? No, it's not bad. Yeah, that's probably what we'll end up going. Cool. Denny, thanks for doing those. Denny, thanks for doing those renders. That's really cool. I really like the two-tone. Oh, you got another one. So guys, we're waiting for SN20 testing here. But yeah. Ooh. That's old school, dude. That's how they used to paint two-tone on trucks. It used to look like that. New pics of the Raptors that were returned. These were on Booster 4. These are coming from Nick and Sweeney. Yeah, the full height of the headlight. I like that. That's real old school. Last please question. Would it be illegal to put NASA's logo on things? No, you can. People do it. People put it on t-shirts and sell it all the time. I won't, Flykin. I'm not NASA. That's why I don't want to, like, I don't want to put NASA's logo on it. I don't even want to put my logos on it because mine are just modified. They're co-opted NASA logos. And I don't want people to get confused. That's part of the reason why I don't want to put anything on it. I just want a truck that looks cool. You can have the old two-tone and have a red stripe that goes through it. That's growing on me. I really like that. That's real old school right there. Like, that's how old F100s were painted. Like, if you look at the 59, here's a 59 F250. Look, that's how it came from the factory. That looks sick. That looks really good. I really like that two-tone a lot. See? That's what I mean about that one being real old school. You don't like the half blue? All right. Okay, what's this? Senate Commerce will hold a hearing on international collaboration and competition in space, oversight of NASA's role and programs, October 21st at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. No witnesses from NASA. Instead, 2 former NASA and the chair of the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel. International collaboration and competition in space, oversight of NASA's role and programs. Axiom Redwire, NASA ASAP, and Jim. That's very strange. Huh. Short blue stripe looks good too. I do like that. I actually like this a lot. What do you guys think of the short blue? I could rattle can this paint job if we really wanted to. Rattle can it would be in the spirit of Hoonigan, but I'd rather get it professionally painted. More cars leaving the pad. Let's see. Did you see the chance that the OneWeb Sats will fly on PSLV and GSLV? Letter of intent was signed the other day with India's Bharti Global. Interesting. Never been a fan of two-tone? Short blue looks great. Yeah, there you go, passing. Yeah. How about the short blue with 2 thin reds? I like these older trucks. The turquoise still does it for me. Yeah, looks good. I can always paint the Steelies too. How cool would the Steelies look if they were, I mean, the blacked out Steelies look good with this, but it would look cool if they were white as well. Will you put white walls on Fred? No. Paint the bottom half, paint that black, and then have the black go up and over and make it look like a shuttle. Meatball logo wheels. No flames. Warthog decals. Jeez. White with a blue center hub. Well, the hubs are different front to back, but yeah. I like... Dude, that's cool. I like that a lot. Nobody else likes it, though. How about white Steelies with the dog dish? I don't like the dog dish for this for this year. I don't think the dog dishes look good. I like straight Steelies. I still think Apollo Stripe is the best one. Yeah. Yep. Apollo Stripe is cool. That does look good. What do you mean by straight Steelies? This. That's a Steely rim. You like the white and blue two-tone? Yeah, me too, man. I really like that a lot. That's really cool. No hubcap, yes. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You guys like the Apollo stripes the best? That's probably what we'll end up doing. I think that looks cool. You saw this paint job today. What's that, Tybot? But yeah, we're going to do another truck stream up there. Hey. Well, that's pretty cool. Did you see this in the wild, or? Nice, they even did the flag right. That's cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Gabe, speaking of your truck's color scheme, you have a doppelganger in the area. Last Tuesday in the tunnel coming back from MGH, there was a Ford with the exact same colors. I almost waved, then thought, wait, he's in Detroit. The Apollo scheme is the best, by the way. There's somebody else driving around with a 96 F250 that's red with a white bed. Huh. The Apollo van does have white painted Steelies, and I think that's what we should, yeah. I like that one. Paint see the part that's black right here, or the part that's gray? Paint that white with this, with that one. Yeah, I think that one's the best. Yeah. This with white would look really cool. And then maybe instead of like mobile quarantine facility, we could put mobile streaming facility or something. That'd be so stupid. Here, Apollo MQF. Yeah, mobile, yeah, the mobile streaming facility. Looks kind of post office-ish, yeah. That face when you realize that Apollo's color, NASA's color scheme is very close to the USPS. Mobile quarantine facility. It was a converted Airstream trailer, and they quarantined the Apollo astronauts post-lunar missions to make sure that they didn't get any like moon diseases or anything. Yeah, Bill, that's the other thing I was thinking. Blue all the way down. The white top, blue bottom would be better for road grime and stuff. One more, Denny. Okay. Ooh, guys, what do you think about this one? Oh, it made it dusk out, huh? You messed up the spacing on the bottom red one? It's good enough. Just picture this red stripe like up here. We would need white. The rims would need to be white. I don't know, Denny. That would be kind of hard to do with Photoshop. It'd be hard to mask that correctly. The Fat Boy Apollo stripe. I actually like that a lot. That looks really good. Well, it's got to be white, like, because the Apollo truck. Yeah, see, just like that. Night, Sun Temple. Yeah, see, that's perfect. Why a camper? Use what works. If you do get it like that, you're required to get an Airstream. Okay. 98% sure you could just buy white steelies instead of painting them. After working in a shop for a decent amount of time, I can tell you that painted rims never A, turn out like you think, and B, never last. Yeah, I guess, Zany, but here's the thing. They're just steelies. It's not like I can't go and find more 8-lug rims. And honestly, I don't want the paint on the rims to be too nice. You know why? This thing's gonna see the road. It's gonna see a lot of the road. If the rims have these nice paint on them, I'm gonna get worried they're gonna get messed up. I don't want I don't want that. Powder coat them white. See, that's what I mean, dude. I'll pay like $1,000 to powder coat the rims, and then I'll get annoyed when they get scratched up. You can make your own Airstream probably a lot cheaper than buying one. Right. Zany, I'd much rather like wrap the rims or something. Anyway. Yeah, just like that, Denny. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah, plasta dip them white. That's probably what I'd do. I mean, three of them are rattle can black, and one of them is just stock. They came gray like that from the factory. Foz, that link isn't working for me. Oh, is that the command center? Yeah. Hey, went to Durham. You went to Durham, North Carolina today and saw a Mercury Redstone life-size capsule. Cool, man. Joe, what do you think about that color scheme for the truck? We're waiting, guys. We're waiting for SN20 for an SN20 static fire. Not everybody's away from the pad just yet, but we started with that, and we were like, oh, that one looks good. I like this. Don't plasta dip; it won't last. Okay. You know, it would be really sick getting custom rims that look like space shuttle wheels. Let's see. What do they look like? Huh. They make rims like this already. They make rims that look very close to this. I'm not sure you're gonna find a rims with beadlock bolts that big, but Here, let me find something. Here, check it out. Just 8 lug rims for a Ford. Here, look. That's what I have right now. Those are the Steelies that we have. But they do make that. They do make a rim that looks pretty much exactly like that. Yeah, that's not exactly the same. They're circles. They're not slots. Like that, but in white, would look pretty dang close, but you don't have the bead lock on the outside. There's nothing that looks exactly like it, man. Those truck rims are close. But yeah, it'd have to be painted white. Those slots look really cool. Glue on the nuts? Gross. Something like that. That one, if that wasn't in chrome, that one in white would probably look really close. How many holes does it have? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, that's going to be tough to find. It's going to be tough to find a rim that's really close to that. But it would be cool. Yeah, it's a very aviation looking rim, Maggie. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know. I think I'm just going to spray paint them white for now. The front gear is just a Steely. That would be really... I mean, guys, it's essentially just a run-of-the-mill aerospace rim for landing gear, guys. Like, it's not... Yeah, fake bead locks, dude. I'm not sure I want to do that, Jaeger. But it would be cool to drill the rim out like that and put those in there. But I'm not sure I'd want to do that. Steelies, I think the Steelies are fine. I think the Steelies are really close to that design anyway. It's close enough. But anyway, I like that one. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'll rattle can it myself. Who knows? Weld them on? Nah, I don't really like modifying rims, guys. I think I'm just going to paint those with a spray can white. And if they get scuffed up, I'll just spray paint it white again. Like I said, truck's going to be seeing road miles. Who cares? Needs chrome mirrors. You can get chromes for this. What's a bead lock? It's a lock that holds the bead of the tire in place on a 3-piece rim or a 2-piece rim. You should do a 2-tone, top white, bottom charcoal black with the front bumper in the shell as the... You want a black bumper, 2-tone black and white. Let me guess, a black stripe going over the hood. Get Hurd and his boys to fabricate you some, and then someone he knows to put it in the booth in livery back. I got a paint shop, don't worry. What Forfa said as well, Flykin. I like the Steelies. I'm just gonna keep the Steelies because if this was like an actual NASA truck, they wouldn't bother with the damn rims. Just like that. Those are the stock rims, guys. Those are 4-slot Steelies. Mine are 4-slot Steelies, just in a little bit different design. I think that's fine. I'm gonna do that if you don't mind. It looks perfect. Perfect. These are close to it. Yeah. Too much brush. And if I do mind, it's my truck. Get your own. What is that? Here, what happens if you just type in NASA truck? I'm curious. Oh, the aerodynamic truck is what shows up. Yeah, see? White and blue. Two-tone white and blue. I had that playset. That one's broken though. That one's missing the missile. Yeah. Yeah, just white with a blue stripe every time, dude. Something like that, Flykin. Explodey. It's kind of cool. Anything happening over here? Roadblock is up for Starship testing. Window is 5 p.m. to midnight. Exact plans currently unconfirmed. I like that. That looks good. I know about the graphic standards manual, Ben. It's been linked a bunch of times. That mini shuttle on the back of the truck. See, I like this. That's good, man. That's real good. Could always copy the NASA train colors, but it's too blue. Let me see. I don't mind that. I know, Shex. I know. I like this. This is good. So in the two-tone segment, you have the red, white, blue, white, red stripe. That looks good. I don't mind that at all. It's probably how we'll end up painting it. That's close enough to be that looks like it could be NASA, but it's also not NASA. But it also doesn't look like a post van either. And then if we get the paint those rims out white, it's gonna look really cool. All right, let's go back over here. Caligulard, 69 months. Nice. This truck was owned by NASA. Okay. How does that guy know it was NASA's? Ooh, you know what? I got an idea. All right, hold on. Ready? You know when John Young and Bob Crippen land the shuttle at the end of this documentary? What do the trucks look like in there?
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Of course there would be hellfish, yeah, but densified liquid hydrogen is really difficult to make.
Take it up in the hangar, Joe.
You gotta dust it off first.
We're gonna dust it off first. This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
Convoy's on its way.
Okay, convoy's on its way. Convoy on. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop.
What a beast. What a beast that thing is. It's still cool. Alright, let's look at the trucks. What do the trucks look like? How many times have you watched this? Yes.
Vehicle have met or exceeded all 144 flight test objectives. The integrity of all the systems, propulsion, avionics, structural, flight control, power, and thermal, have been affirmed. John Young's comments after returning home.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man and the American working woman, too. You can't imagine the variety of people who worked on this vehicle, from all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they can do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that.
What a tribute indeed.
Not enough time, Savvy.
The Columbia represents an achievement in aerospace technology and development never before realized in the history of manned spaceflight. It is our basic building
block. All right, the truck.
For the...
What does the truck look like? It's just white with the NASA logo on it. What is it? 79. Nice truck. Are we talking a noticeable, like 25 to 30% or more, or is it something like 3 to 5% difference? I know it depends on the system mentioned for a specific number. I don't know what the specifics are, dude, because nobody's ever done densified hydrogen. The truck is just white with NASA's logo on it.
It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We've got a vehicle with a payload performance that will allow us to do that, much cheaper than we've been able to do it before. It will immeasurably improve the defensive capability of the country. It will help develop space science and technology. When we get operational, the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. We couldn't do it if we didn't have the space shuttle and that payload capability. And the sooner we do those things, the better off the country's going to be.
A revolutionary new era in space transportation has just begun. Routine access to space. Welcome to the future.
Feet. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Dude, it's so pretty. What a cool looking thing. Me too, chum. Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 2, those are special. I'm not trying to take away from that, but man, it just doesn't feel the same. Something about it doesn't feel right, and maybe it's just because we've had the benefit of time with shuttle launches. You look as the further away an event gets from the present, you look on it more fondly, right? But I'll tell you, man, I was as fond of the shuttle as I am now as I was when the damn thing was flying. Those shuttle missions were damn special, dude. The end is near. What's that? Yep, didn't need to see that, Thomas. That's crazy. To things of similar size, was the shuttle considered really light with an empty payload bay? No. See those 3 engines on the back? Those are heavier than the recovery trucks that the vehicle...
Structural, 144 flight test objectives. the integrity of all the systems.
You see, the shuttle main engine is heavier than that damn bus right there. Will there still be a static tonight? It's looking okay. They're just clearing the area, is Mick. This was something else, but we may have rose-colored specs on. I don't know, man. It's just not the same. I wish you could do these rims. They look really nice. Yeah, it's too gaudy for a truck, but they do look good on the Mustang. I don't know, man. Something was different with the shuttle missions, and I can't put my finger on what it was. Maybe it was the fact that it's all NASA in-house, you know? I'll tell you, you guys will watch the Artemis 1. You'll watch Artemis 1, and then hopefully down the road we'll get Artemis 2, right? When Artemis 2 flies, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you never watched a shuttle launch live, or you never watched one go, you'll know exactly what I mean. I'm telling you, when NASA does it, it's different. It's different than SpaceX. It's a different vibe. I just think how different of a launch vehicle the shuttle was. SpaceX crew missions is a rocket that we've seen. Starship may bring back that shuttle feeling. Yeah. Could this be the end of old school NASA experimentation? Well, that's the kind of stuff I'm actively fighting. That I actively try to curb, because there are people saying that NASA shouldn't do special stuff like this anymore at all. Just leave it to the commercial providers. That's good. Scale of the vehicle, I think. The thing is a small building that goes hypersonic. Yeah. The shuttle is still an order of magnitude more complicated than anything that is flying now, and it's still an amazing piece of engineering that even Starship won't match. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, when Artemis 1 goes off, guys, or when Artemis 2 goes off with people on board, you'll know exactly what I mean. These demo flights, so the demo 2 kind of had a little bit. It was kind of there, but it wasn't like a regular shuttle flight. The shuttle flights were different, dude. It's just strange. I don't know what it is. I'm not looking forward to the to SLS launch day. It's going to suck around there. Yeah. It's hard to argue with the rocket. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Falcon 9 is cool. Jaeger, maybe it's just going from that to back to like freaking pods. Shuttle had the space is easy and routine now thing always attached to it. Yeah, that's true. Also, Artemis with all the NASA launch. Artemis will do it. Artemis 1 Ordon will do it. Artemis 2 will drive that point home. Falcon Heavy kind of had that vibe. Kind of. But it wasn't the same. Yeah.
Discovery,
AP! Let's go!
Systems. Propulsion.
It's so damn cool. Shuttle to me was a mix of the Saturn V SR-71 and C-130. I love it. I love that thing. I still love them. Dudes. I still love watching John Young geek out. Oh man, look at this thing. You see that? You see me coming in there? Oh man, yeah. Oh jeez, wow. You see this thing fly? Man, that was great. Oh man, look at that. He just goes and starts walking around the damn thing. That's my favorite. I love John Young. That guy's my hero. Yes! Awesome! Yeah, right, Bill? Oh, wow. Man, did you see that? No, seriously, watch this footage again while we're waiting. Watch John Young get out of this thing. It's so damn funny. Walks out. They're like, hey, welcome home, sir. Welcome home. Good job. Yeah, hey, here, let me put my helmet down. Man, did you see that? Did you see that thing fly? Yeah, did you see what this thing did? Look at that thing. Look at that. Oh, man. Hey, buddy, I'm going to shake your hand. Who are you? Yeah, good job. Yeah, great job, man. Great job with the recovery. This is amazing. Did you see this thing? Oh, man, that's crazy. Oh, that's fantastic. Dang. You, what's your name? Yeah, all right, I'm going to shake your hand, man. It's so funny, dude. They're just walking around. They're like, hey, come back. He's like, nope. Wow, man, this thing's cool. He's just walking near the guys with the hydrazine suits on. But it's John Young. What are you gonna say? No, you can't walk near this? It's John Young. He doesn't care. Nah, maybe some Grav Shark, but John Young doesn't. He's Texan, man. He's an old school Texan. Yeah, you don't need to swear to convey the point. Man, look at that thing. Wow, that thing's great. Guy's my freaking hero. Oh, man, I was so bummed out when he passed. Yeah, it's just a pilot post-flight inspection. Cripp's like, hey, where'd John go? That was amazing, man. That was amazing. Oh, there's Cripp. All right, cool. Pen flip. Whoosh. He said shoot. Yeah, he was saying shoot a lot of times. Oh, shoot, man. Did you see this thing fly? Oh, man. I came in screaming. Dang. It's awesome. That video makes me laugh so much, man. Ah, shucks. Well, shoot, man. You see that thing come in? You see me land that dang thing? This thing is a beast. Yep. Amazing. All right, let's go see what's going on with Space Shuttle 2.0 over here. And for what it's worth here, Denny, that's the winner right there. That's the winner. I like that a lot. That looks really good. It's only static firing, Jaeger. Yep. That's the winner right there. You want to see another flip? Yeah. Yeah, that looks, Bill, that looks real good. And I love how the front is blue. If you looked at it from the front, it's still got the blue and white going on. It's real good. Yeah, the fat Apollo stripe is that's really good. That with the white rims. Yeah, that'll look real good. Do the stripes on the tail narrow in? Nah, that's just an illusion. That's just an optical illusion from the accent line. I heard it's not a static fire today, but you haven't confirmed that. Well, let's see. My obsessive nature for researching has discovered a crack addiction of home building. Oh, yeah. Dooms, you think cars are a rabbit hole. Houses are a whole nother thing, dude. Why do you think home and garden television exists, dude? HGTV is addicting. I don't care who you are. Watching people do cool things to their house is, yeah. It's a whole different thing, man. Oh, by the way, Brimo said if, you know, when we buy a house, we can have one room that's tailored to look like in the interior of the Starship Enterprise, complete with pneumatic doors. Yeah. Brimo said that. That was her idea, not mine. Yeah. Good decision. No, she didn't? All right, Yarg, don't believe me. Oh God, we are 2 weeks away from closing on our first home purchase. The most stressful thing in my life so far. Screw this process, yeah. Will that be the new stream room? Good idea. Yeah, I know, Yarg. Man, dude, did I hit the jackpot or what? I can't believe that. I'm freaking lucky, man. Lucky. So what room is going to have a full fidelity simulated shuttle cockpit? The garage, man. Build an actual LCC. It gets better, just breathe. Also make sure you do a full rock around during a good storm. You'll find the leaks fast. Hopefully we're going to see a static fire, guys. So I'll switch us over to Starship SN20 testing here. How? Especially if you're building cars there. Implying that my garage is going to be small? It's a good joke. Yeah, garages are just your house's payload bay, Shex. It's a good way to say that. Not a garage at that point, more a shop. I mean, yeah, but yeah, never does, dude. Spoiler alert, chat's always technical. When I see people's garages that are all clean, I imagine how boring they must be. You need a garage like Dirt Lifestyle on YouTube. Cletus, I think, has the nicest garage. Either that or Papadakis Racing. Or Hoonigan. Hoonigan's garage is really nice. Oh, man. They got, like, full shop going in there, man. It's really cool. Tank vape. I mean, passing beggars can't be choosers, but if I had my choice, I'd want a 4-bay garage. 4-bay garage, 2 of the bays have lifts. That would be, or I mean, you don't even need the lift. Just a 4-bay garage would be nice. That way you can use the 2 center bays for working, or you could put cars in them. Yeah, Stefan Papadakis' Hellfish is awesome. Dude, I love how their engine building rooms look like payload changeout rooms. You could eat off of the surfaces in there. Dude, if I ever own a shop, that's what it's looking like. Payload changeout room clean. 4 high bays. Yep. Yeah, the tank's been venting, I think, yeah. Yeah, King, other people did tests. Pop Bear did a test too. Dropped it at 9 meters a second. Survived. I have a 2-bay and you have a 2-bay and you're working on buying a lift? Yeah, but is that mom and dad's place, Sawyer, or is that your place? Cleanliness is required with engines. Yeah. I hope Hoonigan does like a shop tour, dude, because I mean I didn't film in there out of respect, but man, dude, their shop is so cool. There's like just lifts for days, dude. It looks like a dealer service center, dude. There's just lifts for days. I'm just like, oh. Are we supposed to see Frost on Starship yet? No, not yet. Guys, also, I'm just going to take a quick break real fast. I'll be back in a moment. I had plans to build a Lotus 7 kit car in retirement before the accident anyway. Yeah, can still do it. We could stream it, Doom. I'll help you. What is this test mission? Not sure, Fastfly. Supposedly we're going to see a static fire today, but I'll see you in a second. Mom's place that I plan on buying. Oh, that's good. Anything, fellas? Nah, I'm 5, bruh. You missed it. I doubt it. Oh, okay, Bex. Yeah, right, W? There's still a handful of crew lift parts near Ship 20. The flashing light is a beacon on one of them. Yeah, I see it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Avorion offers? What's Avorion about? Supposedly a static fire hypersonic, but I'm not sure. You would dig Avorion. What's that about? Avorion is building a custom fleet of ships on a journey to the center of the galaxy. A spaceship building game. It's good, can confirm. Oh, all right. Very combat focused. But there is mining and trade. Oh, what's the name of that old school game? Dude, this sounds like what's Solar Sins of a Solar Empire. That's what it sounds like. Do you like No Man's Sky? I've only played it once, 10-4. You haven't even finished your first ship in Starbase. Yeah, I know. That is more RTS-like. Alright, let's see. Avorion. Oh, that's kind of neat. Neat. I bought it on PS4 when it first came out. Now it looks good. Yeah, Remo and I played it a little while back. It was okay. Any plans for Stationeers? I don't know. What I think would be kind of nice is I heard Stormworks added guns. They finally added guns to the game. I didn't think they ever would, but they did. You can fly to the center of our universe in Elite Dangerous, a very big black hole. Huh. Star Citizen is mining, cargoholic, piracy, drug, and dude, Warhawk, I don't play Star Citizen because I am deathly afraid that if I play Star Citizen, I will drop off the face of the earth. I will get hopelessly addicted and be completely infatuated with it for a very long period of time, and I will not be able to break that cycle. That's why I don't do that. It's never gonna release anyway. Nice bio, that's cool. Interesting 10-4. Reasonable fear. Yeah, Jack, yeah, it's... That game looks like everything I wanted from a video game as a kid. I mean, so sort of like KSP. It really is, and the great thing is that they keep adding awesome stuff to it. Yeah, I know. I really shouldn't. I really... You know what it reminds me of? Star Citizen reminds me of the Jump to Lightspeed expansion for Star Wars Galaxies. Anybody ever play that? I'm shocked to hear you say that. You used to hate Star Citizen. I never remember hating it, Canuck. Today I learned Blue Origin uses a feather to represent birds, which inspired the concept of flight in humans for thousands of years. Ah, okay. Star Citizen is what Star Wars Galaxy should have been. And Warhawk, that is the precise reason why I'm like, Canuck, I don't ever recall hating on Star Citizen. I don't ever recall hating on it. I'm just, dude, I won't play it because I'm scared. If I play it, dude, I'll. I mean, maybe that'll change. Maybe that changed. I don't know. I watched my buddy Big D play it one time a long time ago, and I'm like, holy crap, this game is trouble. Back to Star Citizen at Kickstarter, but well, scope creep has spoiled what it is supposed to have been. What was it supposed to be? Imagine when SWG came out, though, way ahead of its time. Skill tree based XP grinding, Grab Shark, and customizable skill trees and allotted skill points is literally genius. I don't know why somebody doesn't release another game with skill trees like that. It's a ground test Wepler, from what I understand. Yeah, the skill tree system was amazing, Grab Shark. So you didn't, if you wanted, like, to have a guy that could shoot a blaster, like that had like a pistol specialization, right? You could do that. And the drone's flying around. You could do that, but that guy could also be like a shipwright. Like, I had a character for a while before I put a second character in Grab Shark. I had a character that was Commando Architect. A crafting profession and a combat profession. Okay, bio. The crafting system in Star Wars Galaxies was genius, yeah. Crafting was awesome. You gotta find the best materials, dude. Like, why? Dude, we need a game like that. Can you imagine if SWG was done with modern tech? I loved Star Wars Galaxies. That was one of my favorite games. Just a modern Star Wars Galaxies with updated graphics. Literally keep the skill. I know there's SWG EMU for what it's worth. It's kind of what Starbase is. Yeah, kind of. Starbase isn't ready. I agree, Doom. I do agree with that. But it is early access, to be fair. He would die as the kids playing it would cry it was too hard. Yeah, well, people still play EVE Vanguard, so... I mean, that's basically what happened with the first one. That's cool, Nighthand. What's the closest to SWG crafting that we've seen in newer games anyways? It is, Anth. Yep. There is no post-CU SWG in my mind, Vanguard. What's the closest thing to crafting in SWG? Yeah, Riverin, I'm with you on that one. I'm trying to think, Grab Shark. Eve, yeah, Fast Fly. I would say that Eve is probably the closest, and even then, it's not the same. Let's face it, SWG is one of a kind. Yeah. Nice, Vanguard. Got a favorite Alien movie? I like the first one. Is it because programming the crafting from SWG would be too work intensive? No, Access. Let me explain. So in SWG, say you wanted to build a blaster, okay? You'd get the blueprints for the blaster with your skill unlock. So you grind out enough skills, you buy the blueprint, right? Now you have the blueprint. Now you know how to make these, right? Because you ground out, you spec'd your character to be able to produce this type of blaster. Now you have to make a crafting station. The quality of the resources that you use to create the crafting station will modify what the thing can make. The quality of the things that crafting station will produce. So, if you use really good resources to make your tooling, your crafting station will produce higher tier loot, basically, right? Then you have your crafting station, it has a nice modifier on it. You can literally buff the damn crafting station. You know, so you use really nice materials. You have to go around and mine and prospect on the different planets. You have to the planets were huge in SWG. The instances were gigantic. You had to go find good resources, so you had to go prospect for good stuff, or you had to buy the best materials on the player-driven bazaar, right? Say you go out and prospect. You have to put a harvester down there, and the harvester will harvest it until the resource is exhausted. And then they would change every week or so. They would switch the seed, so new resources would pop up in new areas. So that makes it so one person wouldn't just hog all the good resources, right? So say you get some really good iron ore, for instance, and some really good copper, right? And then some okay silver, right? And you needed those three to make a blaster. You use those three, you combine that, and then it takes into account the skill of your character and the crafting station, and you can literally make better or worse things. So, anybody can make a blaster, but you really needed somebody that had good resources and was very high up on the skill tree, or a master on the skill tree, with a really, really nice crafting station to make the really, really good stuff. Like, the difference would be like going to Harbor Freight to get a wrench or going to Snap-on to get a wrench. Like, certain vendors had certain and this was all player-driven, guys. This was all completely player-driven. Certain vendors, like, on your server, there were certain people that made such a... Dude, you didn't even have to fight. You could sit there and make a weapons vendor all day, and as long as you had the right amount of resources and stuff, you could straight up, like... As long as you had the right amount of resources, you could make a living just making guns all day. Access. Yeah, that sucks. The best part of this was you could develop a name for yourself on the server. Yep. Entire player-driven economy, guys. So, yeah, there were weaponsmiths on the server that, like, were notorious for making the best weapons. Sounds like real life. Yeah, Chow. Star Wars Galaxies was sick. And then when the Jump to Lightspeed expansion came out... Oh. Lights turning on. Or turning off and turning on. When the Jump to Lightspeed expansion came out, you could do that with ship parts. So you could get the blueprints for an X-Wing, right? And you could make A-Wing engines and put them on an X-Wing. And you could buff that out, and you could have, on top of that, like, you could have an X-Wing with, you could take the shield generator out, you could take the R2 unit out, and you could have an X-Wing with A-Wing engines on it with no, like, a light armament, no photon torpedoes, and that X-Wing would go super fast and nobody could catch you. We don't know, JWA. It's a testing regime, so there's not going to be a launch. It's going to be a static fire, but we're still kind of in a holding pattern here. Nighthound, yeah, the only thing that limited SWG was the technical constraints. I agree with you on that one. So, like, you could make a YT-1300 freighter chassis, and then you could get somebody to craft you the best engines from the best resources. I mean, it would cost you. And then you could make something go, you could make a YT-1300 freighter or a YT-2400 freighter go as fast as the Millennium Falcon. And yes, you could upgrade the you could upgrade the hyperspace drives in the different vehicles, so you could go through hyperspace faster when you're jumping from planet to planet. Each planet had its own region, and if you flew close to the planet, it would take you down to the surface. Ugh, it was so damn cool. Static or wet dress rehearsal today. No real confirmation as to which one of the two. Okay. No, there hasn't been any fueling, guys. The farm isn't on. There's still people there. See the flashing lights? Yeah, Chow. I'm with you on that one. Stellaris, Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous are pretty much my go-to, but Infinite Lagrange has kind of caught your eye. Infinite Lagrange. Oh, wonder what that's about. I agree. Access. Pad is clear. The light is just a crew lift that someone forgot to turn off. Oh, all right. Not gonna get some science tonight? Doom, we could. Star Wars Galaxies, Miller. Those Doom World engines are not going to unlock themselves. Yep. I don't know. Thomas, if we don't see some action here in, like, the next 30 minutes, yeah, I might just... I mean, Doom, I already played Kerbal today for what it's worth. I played it for early hours anticipating that something like this is going to happen. It's been out for... I'm looking at the website right now and reading some more. Okay. I'd rather play Star Citizen over SWG, even if they remake a modern SWG. No fueling activity. RVAC test remains, not sure. Pad was cleared around 7:18. Okay, so we should see some action here. Like I said, next 30 minutes we'll see what's up. Have you seen Settlement Survival? Negative. EVA's the closest thing to the crafting system from SWG. And the resources really mattered, guys. That's what made that game so damn cool. It really freaking mattered. And then say you build a better weapon. The weapon does higher damage, but that weapon had, you know, some weapons had AoE, all right? Some Some weapons had attack speed. Some weapons had high damage. Like, the way it was set up was so ridiculously smart. It was so cool. So well thought out. It's a shame what happened to that game. Yeah, Papa Bear, I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll play. I'm planning for that flight tomorrow. The ship should be fixed. I have the fixed version that I streamed fixing this afternoon. It took me a couple of hours to do it, but we did it. Yeah, it should be good for a mission tomorrow. Yeah, Riverian, okay. I got the new Halo beta. The beta for the new Halo, Jonathan? That's cool. Homesteading, Deus Ex style, multiple path missions. Yeah, I don't know, Dish. Maybe I'll give it a shot. If it reminds me of JTL, I might get addicted to it, dude. That's the problem. I played SWG with the Jedi group, so they had buff bots and all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah. The fact that it was so ridiculously customizable, Doom, and so ridiculously open-ended, and the economy was entire player-driven, like Eve was, that's what made it so cool. There was inflation in the game if someone... Not inflation. There was supply and demand. If someone flooded the market with... I mean, there was inflation in the game to an extent. There's a drone flying around up there. If someone flooded the market with a certain type of blaster, yeah, the demand would go down. It was crazy, dude. It was so cool. Yeah, Ryan, I did. I mean, New World is showing that people are hungry for a good new MMO, and Star Wars: The Old Republic is old. Is there some unknown Star Wars games in the making that Disney hasn't announced? I hope so. Star Citizen will have a player-driven economy as well, implying that it doesn't have one right now? Yeah, I like that, Doom. Permadeath Jedi. So what's supposed to happen? Don't know yet. Supposedly a static fire, supposedly not. We'll find out here in a moment. Flames, hopefully only at the bottom. Agreed. No, not yet, Doddle. Right now we're really looking for recondenser activity. That would be a good indicator as to what's going on. Recondenser activity. Nothing right now, Space Dive, but we're waiting here. The testing window is open, guys. This could be a static fire test. It could be a wet dress rehearsal. Not exactly sure. Bobber, this is OG Dog Casper, by the way. The guy you gifted a sub months ago had the name change for rebranding. Don't worry about it, Castor. I gift out a lot of subs, but yeah, I know who you are. Right on. What is this? We're going to see aliens, I'm sure. I hope so. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Watching Thursday Night Football on main screen and you on the second, so just start flailing around if something cool happens. Okay? Read the game description. Be careful with this game. What's that? Infraspace. Infraspace is a sci-fi city. Oh, crap. But every resource you produce has to go through your transport infrastructure. In order to thrive in this solar system, you'll not only have to start mining operations and manage production chains, but also make sure your road network is up to the task. Balls. I haven't played it in a long time, Tron. I got the big SSTO rebuilt in KSP, King, and I have the pad for it out. I'm just going to move right to big SSTO operations. I'm pretty sure the thing is fixed and we have enough money to fly it. This test right here, supposedly, is either a static fire or a wet dress rehearsal for SN20, so this is a big deal. I want to see what's going on. And that, yeah, speaking of that, SimCity meets Factorio. Fastfly Factorio is another game that I haven't gotten around to freaking playing. I don't know, Blinga. There hasn't been much information circulating around on what this thing is doing, but they do have it lit up, so something is going to happen. Big SSTO should be fixed, King. If you want to go check it out on Kerbal X, I put the fixed version of it up. If you want to go peep it. All this talk about playing other games makes me want to go and like play a new game. It's annoying. I want to play something different for a change. Yeah, I know, Kev, right? Kev Hawk, yeah. Could they static fire the Rat Vac too? Yeah, they could. Oh, thanks for the... Yeah, Thomas, there you go. Timberborn, embrace your inner beaver. Has it been tested already? I don't think they've ever static fired this. No Man's Sky is worth the time, yeah. It's just a test to see how many people will watch a lit up grain silo. Yeah, let's go play PUBG. I'm not playing PUBG. I'd play Counter-Strike if people wanted to. For some after hours action. But yeah, I think I said I would play Minecraft for early hours tomorrow because on Saturday we're doing a mini Route 154, Brimo and I. Is there any game you have on your radar? Not really, Cooking. No, Tron, the reason why I'm playing Counter-Strike, look, I know I'm not going to play Counter-Strike for the viewers, that's for sure. I'll get buried just like I do when I play GTA. The reason why I play Counter-Strike, A, for after hours, so like not during regular hours or anything like that, and B, on stream at all, is kind of a testing, you know, it's a test for myself. Play Counter-Strike on stream, don't get mad. It's a challenge. I've played Counter-Strike 2 times on stream, 2 times before Route 154, didn't get mad. Actually had a lot of fun. We're still taking bets on how many tiles are going to fall off? Not sure. What's your top 3 maps? Peg, I don't really have a top 3 map. I like Nuke, I like Inferno, I like Dust 2. I like Mirage. Mirage is fun. Overpass is good. I don't really make a big deal about the maps. I just play the maps, you know? I didn't get to try the 2042 beta, Ryan. No, I missed it. The orbital tank farm is venting way more now. Orbital tank farm. Play some Counter-Strike while we wait? No, I don't want Starship to start doing a static fire when I'm in the middle of a match. Counter-Strike requires your undivided attention. Do you plan to play any more Microsoft Flight Simulator? Oh, that's another thing we should play. The orbital farm is venting? What is that, on Lab Padre? Huh. That's weird. Why would it... I've played SnowRunner. Yeah, Tron. Good game. Yeah, Minecraft Flight Sim was a good time. Why fly across the country when you can drive? Yeah. Yeah, Cerebral. See if the EPA notices. Nice reference. Play Minecraft while we wait. I don't know, Blinga. I'm not sure. I don't think so. That's how I started watching EJ. He was in Microsoft Flight Simulator flying around Seattle looking for Bill Gates' house. Oh, I remember that stream, Geo. Yeah, but why fly? It's faster than driving? Yeah, but one of those things I have a license to do, Hell Hydra, and the other thing I don't. How long have they been live in Texas? This is the Starship 24-hour camera, JWA. You can turn on this stream, this NASA spaceflight stream at any time. During Route 154, I flew a Cessna 152 across the country. Nice. You can play FTL in a window while we're waiting for the static fire. Have you seen the replacement plane for the T-38? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. No, this is not a suborbital flight. It's a static fire or a wet dress rehearsal. Not sure. I don't think SN20 is going to leave its mounts today, though. If it does, something went very wrong. A wet dress rehearsal. Fill the thing up with gas, and then instead of firing the engine, fill the thing up with fuel, and instead of firing the engines, just drain it right after. Hey, Velo, long time no see. Yeah, that's right, Jim. Yep. Bring back RimWorld? No. No, I'm good. Would you ever consider getting a PPL and flying across the country? That'd be cool, King. Not sure, though. Yeah, Doom. There you go. Yeah, I already have an expensive addiction with cars. I don't need that with planes. Yet, at least. Been doing static fall test on the SSTO. Failure is between 19.5 and 21.5 meters a second. Dave, that's what other people are saying as well. 19.5 actually is what somebody else reported, unless that was you that reported it before. Do you think Microsoft will ever make a new spaceflight simulator? I don't know. AJ, you had failure at 19.5? Well, that's... What is that, a safety factor of 2? Is there any indication of an ETA? No. That's why I'm kind of like in a holding pattern right now, King. It's kind of annoying. PBL in a bush plane? That's cool, hypersonic, yeah. Yeah, Hell Hydra, right? Hey, Celtic, what's going on? What's happening? Kim, the road's closed and they've evac'd all personnel. We're just kind of waiting here. They haven't given us anything else, though. Some Minecraft while we wait? I don't know. When are we gonna get another road trip? Saturday? Serious? Saturday, guys. Yeah, the Saturday stream is going to be another Route 154. Yeah, should be fun. Play the guitar. See, like, I want to play, I'll be honest with you, I want to play KSP. I want to play KSP, but the second I start getting into KSP is when SpaceX is going to start doing something. And then we're going to have to wait till tomorrow to play KSP anyway. But on the other hand, if I sit here and say that, and we sit here and wait, they're not going to do anything tonight. I know it. Whatever I pick, it's going to be the opposite. This happens all the time. In the truck, yeah, Jim. No, I will be back for GTA Racing, Brim. Yeah, there will be GTA Racing, yes. To start the payload design, easy enough to stop if they start rolling. I have the payloads for the Minmus missions designed already, dude. We just, remember, we loaded them up for the small SSDO. They're already ready to go. Nah, come on, do something. Gonna start poking you like an animal at the zoo. Yeah, go do that. Go poke the lion at the zoo. See what happens. Pretty much, El Hydra, yep. Play KSP, but do your classic mess around with the camera for the years. But yeah, but Massimo, if I do that, if I do my classic mess around with the camera and do nothing, that means they're not going to do anything. The second I try to commit to a project in KSP is the second they're going to do something. You're an anteater at best. Whatever. I know where you live. Belle Isle tomorrow is going to be a workout. Yikes. What kind of tests are they doing? I have armed guards. So do I. Bum, bum, bum. What a twist. A casual chopsticks build? Yeah, Theo, to remember the City Skyline stream was fun, wasn't it? So it's a game of chicken then. Yep.
Discovery.
Hey, Tron5913 sub. There's the sub. The light must be super bright. Yeah. Doesn't look like SN20 is doing anything anytime soon. Maybe hop back and watch live if it starts venting. What time is it? It's 9. Okay. Yeah, Ian, did you look at Lab Padre's stream? Did you see that the orbital farm is venting, which is weird. Just lighting the candles, Cloudboy, from what we understand. Interesting, Ian. Yeah, cooking. Sounds like streaming in 2021 to me, man. What is preventing it from taking off with all that thrust? Well, it's bolted to the ground. I mean, unless the thing can move Earth, I'm pretty sure it ain't going anywhere. Wait party right now, Slatterbart. Should be a static fire markers. Should be. You're gonna be waiting a while, Jim. Static fire with 3 Raptors? Not 100% sure, but sending in an internship application to SpaceX. Wish you luck. Good luck, Ian. Good luck, man. Spock would say. Fascinating. Mostly doing it to try to get your foot in the door. Yep. Yeah, the spaceport is, yeah, right at the Mexican border, Tundra. Why hasn't the southern point in Texas been used for space flight before? Never had a need to. I mean, Bill, there's plenty of places where you could put spaceports in the U.S. Yeah, plenty of good spots. Here. Like Florida is obviously one of the better ones where Cape Canaveral is. That's pretty much the best one. You ideally want something that's at a low latitude with nothing to the east. So like Cape Canaveral is actually really clutch. It's better than doing something like having a launch site at Key West would actually probably be pretty sweet. But the thing about that is the Bahamas is in the way. So the corridor, like KSC is one of the best launch sites around. The corridor for KSC goes something like this. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's actually kind of cool. Something like that. You can launch anything in here pretty much unabated. Texas is kind of the same way. Texas would be something like this. Starbase would be something like that. See what I'm talking about? You don't want to launch this way over Cuba, even though you kind of could. It really depends. It could be up to that if, you know. Could be up to that. I mean, and if spaceflight really gets okay, you could probably get away with this. Like, if spaceflight gets really reliable, you probably get away with that. Doesn't make it a bad launch site. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, you could probably get away with this. Shoot for the gap west of Cuba. Yeah. Yeah, that's where the orbital test is going. Starship's first orbital test is going over here. It's going to fly on a track, something like this. Wallops up here is not a bad spot for a launch site. Georgia isn't bad. Something out here in the Outer Banks would be really cool. Wallops is right up here. Right there. That's not a bad one. Chincoteague Island is kind of in the way, but you can launch pretty much anywhere in this corridor right here. Wallops is actually really good. The only problem with Wallops is that it's near, it's a higher latitude. You're at 39 north, so that's not the best, but it's pretty damn good. Launch from Hawaii? Hawaii would be ideal, but the thing about Hawaii is that it's in the middle of nowhere. All right, Anth, what do you got? Let me see. You did some testing? Let me take a look. There's a new polar launch sites being built in Maine and Nova Scotia. Yeah, that's good for polar orbits, though. Out of all places in the U.S., Florida, where Cape Canaveral is, Ryan, is probably the best. I said why less than like 5 minutes ago, if you want to go back and check. Let me see, Ann. Yeah, I think we're all right, dude. No, hey, guys, Anth did this on purpose. That was induced. That was entirely done on purpose. Nice. I'd have to say that that big SSTO is pretty much good. We'll get operational missions flying tomorrow. Is that a flashing light underneath Starship? Yeah. Yeah, it is. But I'm going to add a 25-ton payload and retest. Okay, still waiting? Yep. Are you growing out your beard? No, I just haven't trimmed it in a while. Probably trim it this weekend. Beards are annoying past a certain length, 95. You know why? Because you have to take care of it after that. It's annoying. What did you find wrong with it? There was a structural design flaw with how the tanks were mounted, Sawyer. I mounted the tanks to a different piece, and now it works just fine. Why you always land tail down first? It's got no wings, Jawa, so you have to nose the vehicle up so the whole bottom of the vehicle becomes a wing and gives you enough lift to not nosedive into the pavement. Yeah, like, I'm not a fan, dude. Bruh. They're annoying. I can grow a beard. Pretty good beard, dude, but it's annoying. It's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere. Yeah, ESA, French Guiana in South America is pretty much the ideal launch site, fast fly. The only launch site better would be Alcantara in Brazil. Those two are the best. Kenya would also be a good one. If you've read one of Andy Weir's books, that's where they launch from. Yeah, that would be really good. What about the moon? What about the moon, Dado? Yeah, Thomas, I know what you mean. Ocean platforms are the best launch site. Thomas, that would be pretty cool. It wouldn't be the first time it's been done. When do I think the orbital attempt is going to happen? January. It's been done before, dude. I don't know if you're familiar with sea launch. Check this out. Sea Launch was a company that was a joint venture between, you know, the Ukrainians, Boeing, and a couple of other people, and they bought an ex-Japanese oil rig and converted it into a launch pad. So it's been done. This would probably be the ideal one in the ocean like this because you don't have to worry about people near you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Adam, 48-month resub. How do you get a spaceship over to the launch pad on the ocean? Jaywa, this thing over here is a vehicle integration facility. It's a VIF and mission control and launch control, but on a ship. So they carry the rockets around. They could carry 2 to 3 rockets around with this thing, right? And then, so it has a ramp at the back, so they roll the rocket into the ship, and then up at the front here, see where the helicopter pad is? See this piece of thingamajigger up at the front? This thing can dock to the oil rig, right? And see this space frame piece right here? It actually docks and they can move the rockets up through into the integration, the final integration hangar here, and put them on the transporter erector. And then the TE moves back, the roof of this opens up, and the rocket gets turned vertical. They close this up, they undock the ship. Ship sails away over here, far enough away from the rocket, and then they can remote control the thing off the oil rig. Sea Launch is really freaking cool. It's a really cool thing. Too bad. I mean, it's not abandoned, but Sea Launch went belly up in 2014 because the supply chain for Zenit rockets kind of dried up, and it was launching a Zenit 3SL. The supply chain for the Zenit rockets dried up, and it was in the port of Long Beach for a really long time, and then a Russian company called the S7 Group bought it, and now it's in St. Petersburg. Was it a methane rocket? Zenit is Karolox. Jim. Are there launch regulations internationally in international waters? Just like maritime law, Celtic, it's country of origin. You're beholden to the port of register. It's cool, but is it viable? I'm not sure. I don't know, Kim. The fact that they had to tow the damn launch site out there every time kind of makes it like... if you had like 2 sea launch commanders, 2 of these things, right? Or this thing could carry like, well, it could carry 2 Zeniths in it, right? And then there could be another one right here. You know, this thing basically goes back and forth between shore, right? And then the rig can go back and forth as well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the S7 group bought it with the intention of converting it for a new generation Soyuz rocket called Soyuz 5. Should kind of be cool. Yeah, it's a cool rocket, man. It's a cool design, dude. Soyuz 5 is going to kind of be like the Zenit booster. It's kind of like it. It's comparable, but it's not the same. They have a similar power plant, but it's not the same thing. You could, Celtic, yeah. But there's trafficking arms regulations. They probably wouldn't let you buy it. Soyuz 5 is a Zenith on steroids. Yep. Sea launch is a great idea, and SpaceX wants to do that same thing. SpaceX... Here. SpaceX bought a couple of oil rigs, and Jack Beyer from NASA Spaceflight did some digging, right? And he figured out that a SpaceX shell company acquired 2 oil rigs named Phobos and Deimos. And they're currently being stripped of all the oil drilling paraphernalia, which is curious. SpaceX bought 2 of these. They're called Phobos and Deimos. Anybody know the etymology there? Think about it. 2 oil rigs. The oil rig's name is Phobos and another one is Deimos. Those are the moons of Mars. That's right. Yeah. Ha. 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 That's what I'm thinking eventually. Who did this render? Tasmanian. Huh. One is Phobos and the other one is Dust. Sure. Anyway. Any word from over here? Nothing, huh? I'll start to get worried if Elon names another spaceport Clendathu. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Drill for methane and launch the rocket. Hey, Super 64-month resub. I don't know what's more disturbing, the fact that you capitalize your Google search so you can make perfect Minecraft voices. Huh. 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 What would be the purpose of launching at sea instead of land? There's nothing around you that you can destroy, Ryan, if the rocket blows up. Case in point. Old school NASA spaceflight footage. Yeah, they had a Zenit fire its engines, and the engines didn't engine. They released it, and the engine shut off, and it fell down the flame trench. It's a true story. Where can you find this video? In chat? Nothing, Tipsy. Starting to think we may have been a little bamboozled here. That's not how it's supposed to work? Jimmy, dude, look. I know I wear a NASA hat a lot, right? And we talk a lot about space. I'd like, you know, I don't know the most about rockets, but yeah, I'm pretty dang sure the rocket's not supposed to go down. Like, I'm pretty freaking sure. Like, don't get me wrong. Could be wrong. Pretty sure that was unintended. Supposedly Night Viper, yeah, but we haven't seen anything. The tank farm isn't even on. I don't know, this kind of looks like the SSTO launch is lit. You know what? Apatoxin, just for that, I'm not playing Kerbal tonight. Because of that comment. You should feel bad, my friend. No. Nope. Nope. Yeah, maybe, actually, yeah. Pretty confident that you could build a rocket with a budget at this point. What do you mean, Eldorel? R2, we need to be going up. I should feel bad, but I don't. Now kindly lose to the Astros, thanks. Nope, found the Yankees fan. Hey, when's the tea time? For the, you know, for golf, Hibbit? What's been happening with the SSTO launches? I have the big one pretty much ready to go, and we're go for another test flight tomorrow. And before it was just an orbital tank farm test and everybody got bamboozled. 10 a.m. You want to go? I mean, I could go golfing right now. Hey, let's go Blues. Gross. Gross. You have a ton of information in your head that would make it possible for you to transition from research into designing and building a rocket if you had access to a machine shop and materials. Yeah, Eldorel, that'd be cool, man. I'd do it, too. Oh, I'd do it, too. I know you would, Simmons. Good man. Go Strohs. JWA baseball can kiss my butt and suck my... Okay. Oh, here's this thing that Strimmer is talking about. Here, allow me to make a point to tell you that I hate it. Hey, where's everybody going? Yeah, Ryan, I was contemplating it. Yeah, I know, Hibbit. I know. The screw socks go red. Yeah, okay. Yes, Soapbox it is. Of all the streams that I watch on Twitch, this is one of them. Stays out of spite. Which Enterprise? Enterprise is my name for Skylon. If you're familiar with that, awkward. Reaction Systems Skylon concept. It uses a Saber engine, which is a what is it? Something air-breathing rocket engine, synergistic air-breathing rocket engine or something. I just called mine Enterprise because I thought it was cool. The Starship Enterprise. Which Enterprise do you get to put in your house? Galaxy class. Recondenser? Is it going? I don't see anything, Joseph. Do you see the recondenser? Here, let me, Huh. Nothing sneaky. The recondenser isn't active yet. I'd love to see you designing one of the ultra-high launch AL rockets. I think you would own that competition if you did. Yes. See, Celtic, my thing about high-powered rocketry is I think it's really cool. I used to not like it. Chat kind of convinced me otherwise. It actually is really cool, but I don't know, like, I could go get the L1 and L2 certs or something. Like, we could do that if we wanted to. But, like, here's my thing. Like, okay, this is going to sound weird coming from me, but, like, rockets are cool, but there's only so many things you can do with rockets because of ITAR, right? Like, you know what would be really awesome if we had, like, a rocket that launched and then came down and like, landed on a runway, like an RC plane or something. But you can't do stuff like that. You can't do rockets with automated guidance systems. That's frowned upon, right? I much rather would love to get into, like, the customizability that you do with cars. I think that's a lot. I think that's enough to show the engineering and stuff. Yeah, it's not rockets, but, you know, EJ, you can do that research tip for a project in college. You even designed and built a version of it. All right. I mean, Savvy, dude, I would much rather want to build, like, my own grasshopper. Build something that, you know, I thought that would be a lot cooler. You know, I would much rather work on, like, you know, stuff that does something other than just, you know. Don't get me wrong, that's cool. But that, for whatever reason, dude, that just doesn't scratch the itch. Like, I think that model rockets are cool. And high-powered model rocketry is really cool. It's really good stuff. It just, once again, just doesn't scratch the itch, man. But you could build a pad. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, building a transporter erector. How about like building a transporter erector that gets moved like on a G-scale model train, right? And you know, you have a model train, right, that drives to the launch pad, and then you put it upright, and like, that would be kind of cool. Or a mobile launcher using that has like a remote control crawler, and then the crawler can go and put the thing down on the pad, right? And then you hook up all the lines, and the crawler goes away, and you know. I think when you start getting into the guts of the rocket, you would discover that it does scratch the itch. How so, Mayor? Unless you're going to be launching consistently, I don't think getting the cert is worth it. And if you're only going to do a few launches, just find someone who has the cert and have them supply the motors. Yeah. Let me see, Anth. Good. Good testing, man. Thank you. Because building and getting rockets to work reliably is pretty hard. And like that, yeah, that's the other thing, dude. You just buy the engines from people. I don't want to do that. I want to make my own. Like, that's what would scratch the itch, dude. Does Joe still launch stuff? Joe is actually, yeah, Joe got into high-powered rocketry. He's trying to make a rocket that can hit the Kármán line, if I'm remembering correctly. What if you get the cert for liquid motors? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'd want to screw around with, Wisp, to be honest with you. Yeah, Savvy, they're very simple. It's just an engine with a tube, nose cone, and some fins. Don't get me wrong, that's difficult for a single person to make. I understand that. That doesn't scratch the itch for me, man. Yeah, Cerebral. Mm-hmm. No, it isn't. Like, yeah, that's not challenging for me at all, Savvy. That's not. Now, what would be cool, Savvy, is if we engineered like we engineered and designed like a Scud launcher, right? So we'd have the rocket engine, right? And we'd load the rocket onto like a little Scud launcher, right? We'd drive that out to where the launch pad should be, and then you know, that would be cool. Yeah, I guess, Hellfish, suppose. Like a little scale Scud launcher. Like, you have the rocket, right, and you'd have to build like the arming systems for the rocket. Obviously, you wouldn't want the thing armed when the thing is in the horizontal position. Building all the subsystems for doing that, and then like driving the thing over, like, you know. Usually NSF is pretty spot on with this stuff, John. Farm venting stopped. No, it doesn't even look like they have the recondenser on, dudes. I mean, if you lay up the fiber yourself, sure, it adds a bit of complexity, but you have such a high TWR, unless you make an obvious error, it's going to be fine. Honestly, the hardest part is making sure the parachute deploys. Out of 25 people who went for the L1 certs in my group, 3 fails are only due to parachute issues. Had a friend at the NASA College Space Launch Competition. They didn't do great, but they flew and recovered and rated versus blowing up, which did happen that day. He brought all the rest of the rocket engines over and cooked them off in our driveway. Nice. The curfew expires in 3 hours, Dado. Their testing regime extends until midnight Central, which is 1 Eastern. So there's still 3 hours of test time, you know, but I don't know, man. She kind of funny. You funny too. But yeah, Savvy, like I said, dude, it doesn't... Working on cars scratches the itch because it's a much more complicated system than just engine, tube, nose cone, fins. Like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know, man. It just... I understand. I get it. I could make one of those. Shouldn't be an issue. Actually, you know what? Screw that. I'm confident in my abilities. I could make that no problem. And I know what people are going to say. Oh, then do it. What I'm telling you is that, all right, I'd rather work on a car. How many parts do you usually have in the scene when the large SSTO is landing? 1,000-part launch pad. Or a 900-part launch pad. Then do it. See, Hellfish, I would want to do something like this. Seriously, I would want to do something like that. There's a reason why you can buy an off-the-shelf kit and get a L1, L2 cert in a weekend. You can come over right now and help me replace the valve cover on the Bimmer. It's a lot of fun. Hey, 4x3, what's going on? There's a test window open and they've evac'd the pad, but no action yet. Would the fact that the window lasts until midnight indicate that they aren't doing a fire? I don't know. Hard to say. Nice pictures, Thomas. What's the smoke in the middle? It's just fog. Car is about 20K. 20K, bro. I'm in tough enough, probably like $2,000 at best. If you want to include like the insurance and everything and how much it costs to get the plates, $2,500, and that's a gross overestimation. Cars are cheap, they're mechanical, and they do things. And they scratch a similar itch, dude. It's cool. I'm calling it. Have a good one. All right, John. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Hey, Jogi. What's up? Hey, Jay. I lurk in your channel a lot. I just wanted to let you know that your streams are always awesome and inspiring. Keep it up. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate that. Thank you. How much did it cost in gasoline to get across the country? $1,000? Yeah, about $1,000. Yeah, that's about right. It's hard to say, Wisp, because gas prices aren't constant throughout the United States. The highest price that I paid for gas was like $4.70 something in California. The lowest price that I paid for was in Texas. It was like $2.70 something, you know? Working on new cars sucks. An old car always. A ground up build with a custom fabricated chassis, suspension, I dedicate my life to. Savvy, I'm with you. That scratches the itch. That's all. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. I think it's cool taking old stuff and re-engineering it. I think that's really neat. Anything yet? Nah, nothing. Twitching. That was in Long Beach. Trick. Yeah, it was like $4.70. Something stupid. Yeah, I'd probably say it probably cost $1,000 to get it here. So, I mean, if you want to include that into the price of obtaining that vehicle, I wouldn't. But you usually don't factor in gas when you're buying a vehicle. I'm talking about all the stuff that I bought for it: the bed, the bumpers, the tailgate, getting the wires wired up, light bulbs, the toolkit, oil filter, coolant. All the work that I did to it, yeah. I mean, if you want to include gas, probably $3,500. Cars Cars are an inexpensive hobby in the United States, guys. It's really not that bad. You want to build a Formula 1000 and race it? I got a head start on the plans. I mean, yes. I have the truck to tow it around, Savvy. $769 in Sweden. That sucks, man. Add the header count to that cost? Dude, 3,000 is still a gross overestimation, Sawyer. I'll be honest with you. My 8-year-old thinks every streamer has a Lambo. I wish. Bro, if I had enough money to buy a Lamborghini Zero, I would have bought a garage for all my crappy cars. Yeah. But even then, dude, you know what the weird thing is, Zero? Even if I did have enough money to buy a Lamborghini, I still wouldn't. Lamborghinis don't scratch that itch for me at all. What the hell am I going to do with a Lamborghini? Like, don't get me wrong, it's friggin' cool, and it's a fun as hell car to drive. And maybe if I drove one, it would change my mind. But it's the same kind of deal as high-powered rocketry. Like, what the hell am I going to do with this? I'm going to be worried about breaking it, and it's just going to sit in my garage and do nothing. The truck, however, tough enough. Dude, there is bajillions of parts for that thing. I'm not afraid to go out and drive that thing. I'm not afraid to drive it across the freaking country. Okay, if it breaks, so what? If it breaks, so what? If I scratch the paint, who cares? It doesn't matter. I contend to say that you could have a lot more fun with that, and it's a lot less expensive. Ship 20 vented a bit recently. Got it. Want another 154 truck? Gov deals. What's this? Don't show me gov deals. People, what will SN will blow up knee? It'll go to your thighs and then you'll blow up. That's an 87 Ranger though. It's kind of cool. Neat truck. Hey Jamie, long time no see. Considering I paid $5,000 for a stock truck, not including like another $5,000 of running cost. Yeah, I don't know, Shex. To be fair, if you can afford a Lambo, the cost for fixing them won't be a problem for you either. Yeah, Fire, that's a good point. Yeah, right. Dude, and I mean this from a really friendly conversation, like we'd be sitting down having beers over it. We'd known each other for 20 years. I love watching you do your thing on the car. It's really cool. Oh. Well, we do it awesome. Probably not going to watch you doing it on stream. I actually still watch a lot, but I'm just non-interactive because I'm not a mechanic. I get all the mechanics, but I just never want to mess with them. Refer to the first statement for context. Okay. Diesels are expensive to maintain. They switched over the camera to the roadblock. Oh, going back to the pad. Well, that's what happens when you go tank watching. Sometimes you see stuff and sometimes you don't. Yeah, there you go, Chris. Yeah, ground crews are going back to the pad, so Highway 4 is open. I wish I lived closer to you. I'm so close to just start building something in my garage. I'm so bored with work, and I really need a project to work on. Yeah. Launch site is soaked. It's socked with rain and fog. No fire tonight. Get that reference? No, I don't. All right. Who? What sort of stuff usually goes on in the background for tests like these? What do you mean, Bagel? Can you be more specific? New project idea. 1983 Pettibone rough terrain crane, ex-Navy. Oh, that's so cool, dude. I mean, Savvy, are you remote? If you're remote, I mean, you could, just saying. What's that, Tom? Is coming from Mike. What's Mike saying? SpaceX conducted pneumatic proofing on Ship 20 and the road is now open. Static fire is currently slated for Net Monday. Well, I didn't get anything, guys. Sorry about that. So, we have the big SSDO slated for launch tomorrow. It happens, guys. It's okay. Spaceflight isn't about instant gratification. So, I'll tell you, every time we sit here and cover this and we look at it and nothing happens, you know, more times that happens, the better it's going to be when it actually does do something, you know? I am remote, but I can't afford to buy all the tools and material right now. Believe me, I would if I had the spare cash. We could launch it in 2 hours. Papa Bear, I've been trying to get better at playing Kerbal when the most amount of people are watching. Like, when the most amount of people can be here to watch it. So, like, I have basically launch windows for Kerbal, so to speak. So we'll do it tomorrow, dude. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I wish I could get a big pickup for towing. Yeah, see that's I did too, and then I went and bought one. I'm into a heavy duty pickup truck. 3Gs, man. You just gotta know where to look. Far Cry 6? Far Cry 6? I know that they are ultimately testing a static fire, but at this point, what else would they be doing to take up time? The crews that are probably working at the pads are probably working in Starbase, or they went home and slept. Gonna put a gooseneck on it? We could, Zero. We could gooseneck it. It has the hookup. Well, that doesn't have the hookup, but there's holes in the bed for a fifth wheel. Or a gooseneck. What is Far Cry 6 about, guys? I've seen Colin Furze's stuff, but what's like about how you can tinker in the game? What's big stainless toe mirrors? Actually, Bill, what I wanted to do is get the 1980s style mirrors for the 1980s style towing mirrors from the like an 85 F-250. Those will bolt in. You just got to drill some holes in the door. Here, let me see. What? Is that Gus Fring? Far Cry 6 is an action-adventure first-person shooter game set in an open-world environment in which the player can navigate on foot or using various land vehicles. Gameplay mainly focuses on armed and close-quarters combat, while also allowing the player to freely roam and explore Yara's 34-square-mile environment. Wow. Do you want a landing craft side project? A landing craft? Is that what is it, a Higgins? Oh, that's cool. Dude, I'd do it. It's That's a big map. That's 3 times the size of Far Cry 5. Which is divided into 7 main regions with a vast array of terrain ranging from urban areas to dense juggles to mountain and open oceans. The game incorporates many elements found in role-playing games. I'd play this. I'd play it. You guys want to give it a shot? I played 5 on stream. 5 was pretty fun. I don't think we ever finished it, though.
Go and throttle up.
When next trip? Saturday. And it's not on Steam, is it? Nope. Yeah, no HUD run again. Remember when we played Ghost Recon Wildlands with no HUD and it completely changed the game? That was really friggin' fun. No, it's on the Epic Store. Ugh. That's not very epic. It's not very coggers. Yeah, screw it. Let's give Far Cry 6 a shot. Screw it. I mean, like I said, we'll do we can do we'll do the big SSTO tomorrow. I'm pretty much on board with that. Taxes on buying games online. That's cute. I think you'll get a kick out of it. All right. It's also on Uplay. Oh boy, more DRM stuff. That's great. No HUD hype? Oh look, Epic Games, verifying Epic Games online services. This is great. I already bought it on Epic. It's alright. What do you think about Star Citizen? Liam, I'm afraid to play Star Citizen because if I play Star Citizen, I'm afraid that I'm never going to do it, and it will become some real Second Life stuff. Hang on 1 second, guys. I gotta verify my email address. I agree, you should never play Star Citizen, it will end you. Careful, Far Cry 6 has a lot of copyrighted music if you're concerned about the VODs. Yeah, I'll have to shut it off. Thank you, though. Star Citizen is pretty boring, pretty game, but very lonely. Yeah. SpaceX hit the confused media button by handing out the overpressure notice. Yeah, for sure. Sign into your Ubisoft account. Oh boy. Do I have a Isn't Star Citizen a scam? I don't know. Could you use F-150 parts on Tough Enough from the same body style? Yeah, Slackster. Yeah, you could, dude. The, yeah, almost any, it depends. So, some parts are compatible going all the way back to 1980. It really depends on the parts. But, yeah, F-150, F-250, F-350, any part, any truck from, any F-150 from basically 1993 to 96 has fully compatible parts, like basically to a T fully compatible. And then any F-250 from F-250 and F-350 from 93 to 97. I'm trying to activate this stupid thing. Here we go. With enough fabrication, you can make any part fit. Yeah. Let's try this. I hate having to jump through so many hoops just to play the stupid game. It's really, really annoying. Please drink the verification can to continue. Still nothing. SN20, the window closed. I have Uplay installed here, guys, but there's nothing. It's not recognizing any. Neither of my emails have. I did the recovery thing, and neither of these have any emails. No recovery emails. What is this, Goalie? Did you see the new droid control ship is ready? Yeah, I saw it. Do you have an account? I have Uplay installed.
Discovery.
Hey, Black 22-month resub. Phil, I have Uplay installed. I don't see why. I have it installed on this computer, so I have to have something. Like, why would I install Uplay if I didn't have an account? But I have two different emails. Email number 1 didn't work, and email number 2 didn't work. I'm not getting any recovery email. Like, I tried to recover the password. Yeah, Shep, yeah, you're not wrong. Too many password attempts. My account has been suspended. Well, at least that Tells me what email it is. It's whatever my Microsoft email is. Alright, let's try this one. I tried a different email address and it still says my account has been suspended. Hang on. banana@banana.com. Password FU. Login. Account suspended. Check the spam folders. Nope, nothing on either of these emails. You're blocked from logging in due to repeated failed attempts. Please come back later. Oh, it's letting me log in with Twitch. Maybe that's the case. Hold on. Perfect time for lawn mowing simulator. Oh my goodness. I know this is very riveting content. It's already a 10-hour stream. Call it a night. Oh, no. We'll go a little bit more. I don't understand. I just want to play this game. I just want to play the game. I already bought the game. I don't know why dude, this is stupid. I just bought it. I own the game. You took my money, so my Epic account wants to link with my Uplay account. I have the login for my Epic account, but I don't have the login for my Uplay account because they locked me out because I don't know my Uplay account, so now I can't play the game that I just paid for. Far Cry 6. You're blocked from logging in due to repeated attempts. Hey, fuck you! Uplay, how about that? Fuck you. Is that a good enough password? And that's why I keep a log of all my logins. Oh, gee, thank you for the useless advice, Tech. I really appreciate it, dude. How's that gonna help me right now? Come on, man. So this is fun. It's not very epic. Right now it won't, but in the future it could help a lot. Jack, you ever watch that scene in Tommy Boy where they're trying to get a flight to Chicago? And David Spade's like, I really need a flight to Chicago. Oh, I'm sorry, all the flights are booked. No, we really need to. Oh, I'm sorry, there's not much I can do. Oh, I can book you a flight coming back from Chicago at 5:55. Does that help? Hi, I'm Earth. Have we met? Well, I don't think so. Speaking of flights, Flight Sim. Oh, you are the worst kind of person. You are the worst kind of person! Password reset didn't do anything, man. And, like, I go through the Twitch API, right, to connect to Ubisoft, right? I go through the Twitch API, and it's like, oh, log in with EJ on Twitch. And then it's like, oh, no, you can't do that. You're locked out, even though it's legit. It's like, okay. Play Southwest Flight Simulator. Just cancel the sim. Oh, how realistic. Yeah, I'm about to refund this. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is really annoying. Have you closed Uplay and opened it again? Yeah. Yeah, believe me, it's been closed for a little while. If you have ad block on, it can screw up account linking. Try running it as administrator. So I have Uplay installed on this computer. Should I create a new account? Let's try that. Let's try creating a new account. Maybe that'll work. That username is already taken. Oh. Hey, Ewok. Nice. Junkyard Simulator, Brimo, really? Okay. Alright. We got to that. Let's see. You're blocked from logging in due to repeated failed attempts. Even if the attempt is right. Wow. What a piece of shit software this is. Holy crap. This is embarrassing for them. That is... Just play Junkyard. I don't want to play Junkyard, Remo. Have we considered this? They blocked the IP. What a piece of shit what a piece of shit thing that is. Like, I can't believe that. That's terrible. But Junkyard doesn't have stupid logins. Mm-hmm. No, Origin's better than this. I don't have problems like this with that. Believe it or not, I haven't had many problems with Origin. The only reason I don't like Origin is because it's another stupid freaking buy this software or download this software to buy the game that you want, because we don't want to be like the other guy, even though we're offering a competing service that is either equal to or lesser than the one that you want. This is so stupid. It's so dumb. Here, you know what? I could just shut the internet off and turn it back on. That should fix that problem. Yeah, it's really, really, really stupid. You know, you play Origin, Epic Games, all this other nonsense is just... It's just rip-off Steams. They don't bring anything to the table. It's really stupid. I just really don't like that I just bought that game and now I can't play the game that I just bought because... You could play Junkyard Simulator until you play resets. Yeah, I just refunded it. I'm not wasting my time with that crap. I'll buy it some other time. Take my $60 back. And oh yeah, they taxed it too, by the way. It's $63. Realize that locking out the correct password when they're locking an account down for too many incorrect attempts is the correct security choice, and just upset it's locked out. Smug, what are you talking about? Who cares? No, it's not. I just bought this game. I should be able to play this game. It's not complicated. I don't know. It'll come back some other time. Yeah, well, you vote with your wallet when it comes to games. Yeah, I refunded it already. I got my money back. Maybe if I could log into Uplay, I'd just buy it there. But I can't buy it there. Can't buy it on Steam. It's just... Here, I'll try another time. Here. Now the real question is, should I try to buy it? I'd be done with it. I just did log into Uplay. Link the accounts first.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, you should just play Junkyard Simulator. The more you suggest playing Junkyard Simulator, the more I don't want to play it. And I already didn't want to play it. Hey, Brimo, remember that one time when we were driving Route 154 and we had to stop the stream because we were tired? Remember that? Did you guys finish that co-op game about the parents? Life is Strange? No. No, we didn't finish that. Junkyard Simulator, I believe that's parked at my parents' house. Got it. I'll leave now. You don't need to leave. I just don't want to play Junkyard Simulator, okay? Or it's not Life is Strange. It takes two. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Did you pay to Uplay make Far Cry 6 exclusive on their platform? I think so. Life is Strange is a similar type of game. Well, not really. No, not really. Art style is kind of similar, I guess. All right. Oh, it's two very different games, guys, because you know I'm in the mood for people being technical about things right now. Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go. Okay. Let's see what this does now. Tomorrow, Ewok. Well, it worked that time. I can still hear a hum outside doing my head in. Well, it worked that time. It's installing, so I don't know what I did different because I used the same freaking login, same everything. How much does the AC cost? What do you mean the AC? At my place, not yours. How much does the air conditioning cost? I don't know. It's on my electric bill. I remember when this used to be a truck driving stream. Yeah, I remember when you made good jokes too. I'm slowly losing my mind. Yep. I just looked at Junkyard Simulator and I see why I'm gonna get it tomorrow. What's Junkyard Simulator about? She can't be right. That's not okay. Did you ever wish to work in a junkyard? Now you can with Junkyard Simulator. There are many roads leading to success. So how is this different than Car Mechanic Simulator? Hmm.